Folks, Black Star Network is here.
Hold no punches.
I'm real revolutionary right now.
Support this man, Black Media. He makes sure that our stories are told.
Thank you for being the voice of Black America, Roland.
Stay black. I love y'all.
All momentum we have now, we have to keep this going.
The video looks phenomenal.
See, there's a difference between Black Star Network and Black-owned media and something like CNN.
You can't be Black-owned media and be scared.
It's time to be smart.
Bring your eyeballs home.
You dig? Today is Wednesday, October 25th, 2023, coming up on Roland Martin Unfiltered on the Black Star Network. Folks, for the next 2 hours, we will focus on the life and legacy of the great actor Richard Roundtree. Known, of course, as the first black superhero. He passed away at the age of 81 with his family on yesterday. We'll talk to a number of people: Terry Vaughn, Leon, Spike Lee, Darrin Henson. We'll hear from Glenn Turman, Dondre Whitfield, Lamman Rucker. So many folks remembering the icon himself. It's time to bring the funk on a special edition of Roland Martin Unfiltered on the Black Star Network.
He's got it. Whatever the miss, he's on it. Whatever it is, he's got the scoop, the fact, the find. And when it breaks, he's right on time and it's rolling. Best believe he's knowing
Folks, many of us were surprised and stunned. We got the news yesterday that Richard Roundtree had passed away. I was leaving the studio after last night's show when I saw the alert on my phone and was certainly stunned. We were just with him last year for his 80th birthday in Los Angeles. He was looking as good as ever, yet according to his family, a couple of months ago, he was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer, and he passed away yesterday at his home in Los Angeles, surrounded by his family. So many people remember him for, of course, playing Shaft, but there were many other movies and TV shows that he played in. He starred in these movies with a number of different people. Two of us join us right now, actress Terry Vaughn and also actor Wendell Pierce. Glad to have both of you with us. Terry, I'll start with you, Terry. Just your thoughts and reflections about the great Richard Roundtree.
First, I'm just so blessed that I had the opportunity to actually not just work with him, but really sit down at his feet and listen to the stories that he had to share. And just, I just always feel like our elders and the shoulders that we stand on, they matter so much. So it's never lost on me. So that is a memory that even before his passing yesterday, that's a memory that has always just really stuck with me because we don't get that opportunity so much. So I just feel like a really lucky girl that I got to really sit and laugh with him as he smoked his cigar and we drank cocktails, and he was sharing all these stories about other elders whose shoulders I know I stand on, Pam Grier and Sheila Frazier and Bill Cosby. Just the stories were endless, and he was just so joyful. And I just feel really blessed that I got that moment. I'll treasure it forever.
Wendell Pierce, he represented, and we're going to hear this throughout the next couple of hours, he truly represented Black manhood on the big and small screen.
Richard Roundtree, a Black.
We are losing. I think we issued your signal, Wendell. So let's, Wendell, we issued your signal. So go ahead and start over. Go right ahead. Let's see if this works now.
Yes, I was saying he is the epitome of Black manhood and Black excellence. Richard Roundtree, when he appeared as Shaft, that was every young Black man's dream of becoming the man that Shaft was and is and will continue to be. I was fortunate enough, like Terry, to work with him briefly on a project in 1997. He befriended me on short notice, and I was sitting at the feet of a griot, someone who gave me wisdom and knowledge and all the same stories of those who had come before me. And to know that Shaft was done with these two men of great excellence, Gordon Parks and Richard Roundtree. And I also think of the moment when Isaac Hayes sang that theme song on the Oscars. I was a little boy transfixed to the television screen on Oscar night as I saw the epitome of Black manhood manifested in this great song and this great movie and these great men who put it down for history's sake. And they epitomized what we should all remember, that there are those who go before us who they take to their grave the knowledge that on a certain day they shone the light of people who were not themselves, but gave us voice to our unsung heart song. And for that, they joined the ages. And yesterday, Richard Roundtree joined the ages.
Terry, one of the things that I always think is quite interesting is that when you're in the presence of a Richard Roundtree or a Sidney Poitier or a Harry Belafonte, folks sort of approach them sort of genuflecting, if you will. It's not like a lot of people are in that category where they're held in such reverence. He was one of those folks.
Absolutely. And admittedly, I remember when we were working on Cherish the Day, we had like a cast dinner, and I was so excited, but also nervous and wanted to make sure that, because you want to say the things that you want to say, but you never want to, just come off weird. But, he was such an icon and he mattered so much to us. I had to tell him, just how much I valued his contribution to our culture, just the way he represented, like Wendell said, the epitome of Black excellence, this Black man. And for me to be able to work with him and better than just work with him, again, share that moment with him that was just genuine human beings talking, sharing, laughing, loving on each other. I had to tell him, how privileged I felt to have this opportunity to sit with him after knowing for years that I stand on his shoulders. And so I'm so happy that I did, and I got that moment, because there's so many people that I'll never get to tell that to. So I'm just so thankful that I did have that moment to tell him.
Tell you, Wendell, if you were a brother and you had an ego when it comes to thinking you were a ladies' man, you didn't quite stand a chance if you were in the same room with Richard Roundtree, even at 80.
You had no chance, none whatsoever, because he was a man of such grace, elan, intelligence, sophistication, and you knew it immediately before he opened his mouth. And he was a man that also, he knew as young artists, we were nervous around him because he had this iconic stature, but he put you at ease and made you feel as though you were the center of the universe when he spoke to you. He had that ability. And he also reminded you that I was there once too, that I was where you are as a young artist, and here are the things that you should be aware of, and these are the things that are going to make you successful. I worked with Richard one day on a show in 1997, but every time he came through New Orleans, he would reach out to me. Usually it was, where's the nearest cigar bar? Because he loved cigars. But he was, he always wanted to check in to see how I was doing. And he knew I was spending so much time in New Orleans, and New Orleans is beloved to me, and he would always check in on me. He is of that Moses generation who leaves with us, a Joshua generation, a great responsibility to live up to the bar of excellence that he has set, that never lose the ability to be offended and expect more of yourself and expect more of others, especially in business that we're in, and to know that they have left a blueprint ahead of us that we can build on. Before him, there's Sidney Poitier. Before him, Paul Robeson. Before him, going back before media, Ira Aldrich, and all the men of the stage in the 19th century. We, as Black folks, have demonstrated excellence from generation to generation, and he made you remember that you are part of that legacy, and you have a great responsibility, especially now that he has become an ancestor.
Terry, you were cracking up laughing when I mentioned about how much of a ladies' man he was.
Yeah. Because I definitely felt all of that night at dinner with him. That was not lost on me at all. He was definitely still very, he's a man. He is, and he loves women, and he was not secretive about that. Very respectful, of course, but still, I was agreeing with you that if somebody else is in the room and his 80-something-year-old self was in the room, that's I think he may win out on a couple of women. And I know my mom, when I told her that I was working with him, oh my God, she almost fainted. She was like, what? So yeah, that's a moment.
Terry Vaughn, Wendell Pierce, really appreciate both of you joining us for this celebration of the life and legacy of Richard Roundtree.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Folks, going to go to a break. We come back. We're going to hear from Spike Lee. We'll hear from also many others, Darrin Henson, Lamman Rucker, a number of brothers and sisters who worked with Richard Roundtree. Plus, we'll also have a look back. A lot of people we talked to at his 80th birthday celebration. It was an exclusive live stream on the Black Star Network. His family back east could not make it out to the birthday celebration that his children put together. And so they asked us to live stream it, and we actually did so. So we were so glad to be there as well. So lots of stuff we're going to cover over the next couple of hours right here on Roland Martin Unfiltered on the Black Star Network as we appreciate Richard Roundtree, who's now an ancestor at the age of 81.
When you talk about blackness and what happens in black culture, we're about covering these things that matter to us, speaking to our issues and concerns.
This is a genuine people-powered movement.
There's a lot of stuff that we're not getting. You get it, and you spread the word.
We wish to plead our own cause. Too long have others spoken for us.
We cannot tell our own story if we can't pay for it.
This is about covering us.
Invest in black-owned media.
Your dollars matter. We don't have to keep asking them to cover our stuff. So please support us in what we do, folks.
We want to hit 2,000 people, $50 this month, raise $100,000. We're behind 100,000, so we want to hit that. Y'all money makes this possible.
Checks and money orders go to P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C. 20037-0196. The Cash App is $RM Unfiltered. PayPal is R Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle is Roland at RolandSMartin.com.
I'm Faraji Muhammad, live from LA. And this is The Culture. The Culture is a two-way conversation. You and me. We talk about the stories, politics, the good, the bad, and the downright ugly. So join our community every day at 3 p.m. Eastern and let your voice be heard. Hey, we're all in this together. So let's talk about it and see what kind of trouble we can get into. It's The Culture, weekdays at 3, only on the Black Star Network.
Hi, I'm Dr. Jackie Hood Martin, and I have a question for you. Ever feel as if your life is teetering and the weight and pressure of the world is consistently on your shoulders? Well, let me tell you, living a balanced life isn't easy. Join me each Tuesday on Black Star Network for A Balanced Life with Dr. Jackie. We'll laugh together, cry together, pull ourselves together, and cheer each other on. So join me for new shows each Tuesday on Black Star Network, A Balanced Life with Dr. Jackie.
Come on.
Sheila Frazier.
Sheila, how you doing? Slide this way.
Shaft's main squeeze.
No, this is Superfly's main squeeze.
Superfly's main squeeze was this lady right here, Sheila Frazier. Superfly's Ron O'Neill's main squeeze was this beautiful, beautiful lady right here, Sheila Frazier.
Sheila, how you doing?
I'm very well.
Tell us, how long have you known Richard?
50 years.
50 years.
We've been good friends for 50 years. Yeah.
So tell us your funniest, craziest, wildest Richard Roundtree story/memory.
Okay, I had this big crush on Richard once. Okay, and so I thought, okay, we're all going to go to this party and whatnot. All right, I'm going to catch his eye then. And he saw Freda Payne, and that was it.
So wait a minute. Okay, so you were going to this party.
No, I wasn't throwing it. We were all at a party.
Y'all were all at a party. And Richard was there, and you were thinking about that Frankie Beverly song, that look in your eye. And you were trying to connect.
That's right.
And so you at the party looking all cute and fine, and Freda Payne looking all cute and fine, and well.
That was it.
Freda went home with Richard.
Well, I don't know about that.
No, I already talked to her.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
She said, me and Richard. I said, we know what that mean.
No, so we've been friends. As a matter of fact, Richard is responsible for me becoming an actor.
How so?
Well, I had a terrible stutter, and so he convinced me to go to the Negro Ensemble Company, and I did. and I got in. And so then when I heard that Gordon Jr. was going to do a new movie, I ran into Richard, and Richard set up the appointment, the audition, and the rest is history.
Wow. That's awesome.
Yes, and we got a chance to like play husband and wife in a pilot series called Firehouse and different things, you know. But
well, y'all go back 50 years.
We are close friends.
Well, it is great to be here to celebrate his 80th birthday. He's looking good, looking clean. You're looking fabulous as well. Freda says she turns 80 in September, and I say, look, black don't crack.
Well, let me tell you about how much I admire you, okay? Any issue that we have, you go to the heart of it, you know, and it's such a pleasure to like watch you. You don't care, you know, nothing is political, you know, with your motivation. You know what, you really care about us, and so you're one of my heroes.
Well, I certainly appreciate it.
I want you to know that.
I appreciate it. I'm gonna keep giving them hell.
Hey, listen, and I'll keep praying for you.
I appreciate it. I'll take them. Sheila, good to see you. Thank you so very much. Folks, that was last year in July at the 80th birthday celebration of Richard Roundtree in Los Angeles. It was certainly great to be there. In the next segment, you're going to hear from Freda Payne herself as well. Joining us right now is director, actor Bill Duke. Always glad to see Bill. Bill, Richard Roundtree, one of your contemporaries, someone who, whenever he was on the big screen, I'm not quite sure if the big or the small screen was big enough to capture all of him.
Well, like Sidney Poitier, he was a pioneer. He represented us in a way that had great dignity. You know, before him and Sidney, you know, there are very few black men that, you know, how can I say, had that kind of integrity, had that kind of, you know, manhood, had that kind of whatever. But he was a pioneer, and he was like a great actor, but also he was very conscious in terms of our people. So I celebrate his life and his spirit and all that he has done, everything he has done.
Somebody who goes from being an Ebony Fashion Fair model, joins a Negro Ensemble, and he wins the starring role in Shaft, which was his first major role.
Right.
Not bad for somebody coming out the gate.
Hey, Shaft is a classic. I mean, everybody still watches Shaft, and he did a great job. You know, he also how can I say? You know, there are not a lot of actors that know the craft of acting. You know, and surrender to the character that they're supposed to be depicting. He had that not only talent but skill, and that's very important.
I'm going to play a little bit later something from B.J. Pruitt. He was on Being Mary Jane with Richard Roundtree, and he talked about coming across him in between scenes, and he said, "Hey, you want to run some lines?" And all of a sudden, Richard just started going. He B.J. like, "Hold up, I ain't even got that far." And he said, "Oh, he was ready." He said, knew all his stuff. He was ready to go.
He didn't play. He was serious. He has great talent, but very, very professional also.
I think also what really just stood out for me the most, every time I met him and I saw him, it was just he carried himself so well, and it just sort of reminded me of an African king. Was sort of how he walked into the room and how he just sort of just stood over others, because he was he was a tall guy. He was a tall man. He was a big man, and so that was always sort of how I looked at him, sort of as this African king, how he
Yes.
rolled in.
Well, he was that spirit, you know. The spirit of the African kings I think, traveled through him. And as I say, Sidney also, I mean, you know, those were pioneers, and they went through a lot. And for those of us who are here today still working, and they were the people who were responsible for us being here to a great extent. So I was so happy to know him and appreciate him, his work, and his integrity as a talent in this business. So all praises to him forever, sincerely.
Indeed. Bill Duke, always glad to see you. You're a pioneer as well, and we certainly thank you for joining us, sharing your thoughts and reflections about Richard Roundtree.
Well, God bless you, my friend. Thank you for having me, and let's celebrate him forever.
Indeed, indeed. Folks, a little bit earlier today, Spike Lee and I got an opportunity to chat about Richard Roundtree. It was a great conversation, and one that I have great pleasure in bringing to you as well. So here's my chat with Spike. Spike, always glad to chat with you. We ain't gonna talk about sports. All of our teams, they sitting at home. So on the baseball side, we're gonna leave that alone. Now we got to just focus on football and basketball. But when you hear the two names, Richard Roundtree, what's the first thing that comes to mind?
I was a freshman in high school, 1971, John Dew High School in Coney Island, and to see Richard Roundtree as Shaft, he was our Superman, Black Superman. Then paired with, directed by the great photographer Gordon Parks and Isaac Hayes. Oh my God, with Shaft. Shut your mouth. I'm just talking about Shaft. I mean, it's hard to explain, and you know what I'm talking. People, I mean, our people that weren't alive then. I mean, the 70s, we were just so beautiful. And I don't want to sound like I'm some old fuddy-duddy, yeah. No, I'm telling you, Ellen, bro, you know what I'm talking about. The 70s, Black Power, Afro, pick with the fist on it, and the music. Wake up every morning to watch Soul Train. and the cinema, John Shaft, Black detective in Harlem, kicking ass, taking names. Afro, leather jacket, down to the knees. Too.
Well, I think, but you said,
I can't, bro. Why you're better than me? Explain what that meant to us as a people.
Well, I think so. People don't understand the historical piece. So here you're coming out of the 40s and 50s, where you had Black folks, Amos and Andy, and those type of shows. Then you go into the 60s.
Know what that is.
You go. Then you go into the 60s, and you've got Harry Belafonte, you got Sidney Poitier. But those were roles that even Bill Cosby on I Spy, those were roles in terms of there was a certain way they had to be more palatable. Let's be clear, more palatable to white America.
I'll give an example. And guess who's coming to dinner? Spencer Tracy, Katharine Hepburn, in that film, Sidney's going out with their daughter. He makes a phone call using their phone and puts a dime next to the phone. Remember that?
Yeah.
But look, I'm not hating on look, I love
No, it's not hating.
Mr. B just left us.
Yeah.
But what they did enabled us to make the next step.
Right. So they had to present that character. Then all of a sudden, again, King is assassinated 3 years earlier. You got the attack on the Black Panthers. So now you come into
those got Vietnam too.
Yeah, absolutely. So now and you got all those brothers who have gone to Vietnam getting killed. So now all of a sudden you come to 71, and you're right. All of a sudden you got
Marvin Gaye's What's Going On. That was too. Marvin Gaye and album, What's Going On.
Right. You got all of these force things that are moving, and you get this brother who's an unapologetic Black man.
Kicking ass.
And that's the thing. And so you're right. We can talk about Chadwick was amazing and wonderful, but Richard Roundtree as Shaft was truly a black superhero.
Game changer.
And then
he was a good looking brother too. Ladies love him too.
And again, right. And so now you're talking about in the same era, Richard Roundtree on the big screen, Teddy Pendergrass singing, the dark-skinned brothers were killing the game.
Marvin, what's going on?
All of this, and then of course, again, Sweetback's badass.
Man, Peoples, give it up.
Independent, Gordon making sure you got black folks working, you got black writers, you got black artists, Isaac Hayes in the soundtrack. So this movie that people have to understand was so earth-shattering.
Bro, it's black on black on black.
Right.
Black. I mean, again, I don't want to sound like an old fuddy-duddy, but to be in high school when all this stuff is coming, it was like, oh my God. And we were feeling ourselves.
Right.
Afros and bell bottoms, marshmallows.
and then
my God.
The movie was made for $500,000. It grosses $12 million, which is a phenomenal number today. Huh?
What is $12 million today?
I'll have to look it up. So you keep talking, I'll look it up.
But
yeah. So
people were born after 1971. It was revolutionary.
Yeah.
Black folks. Angela Davis, UP New Elvidge Cleaver. I mean, Bill Russell's doing his thing. Oscar Robertson, with the unions, and it was beautiful. And I think that we lost something, and we can all go back to crack. That destroyed everything. Not everything, but I mean, it really. We're still reeling from the invasion of crack in our communities.
Is it also? I asked. Was it also a huge? Again, people keep talking about the blaxploitation era. And look, we know how Hollywood works. They saw the success of Shaft, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, let's go down that line. And
let me if I could jump in now. Black exploitation films gave us, the black audience, a chance to kick white's ass. They made a lot of money. They weren't made for no money. Made a lot of money.
Yeah.
The criminal thing is that they did the same movie again and again and again.
There you go.
And black
there you go.
Not going because it didn't evolve.
There you go. But which is also Hollywood. Hey, let's just keep doing the same thing over and over. And they really killed the genre.
Killed the golden goose.
Absolutely. One of the things I think was amazing. Richard, for a long time, hated when people would see him and say John Shaft. And it was his daddy who pulled him aside and said, son, there are a lot of people who go through this world and nobody remembers anything that they did. And Richard said it was that thing that changed his thought process. And he accepted it because he accepted what the character meant and why it was so beloved.
He was our black Superman. We've never seen something like that. And again, the Richard Roundtree, Gordon Parks, and Isaac Hayes. God damn!
The triplet, the triplet. In hockey, they call it a hat trick. Did you ever consider putting Richard in one of your movies?
There wasn't just a role where I just want to put him in because, we met a couple times, but it was just one of those things where it just never happened.
Right.
And I regret it.
One of the things that I think I've been watching a lot of these mainstream media stories on him that, frankly, most of them being weak as all get out.
They don't know what's happening. They don't know what it meant to us.
Well, but they also stop at Shaft. This man was in numerous television shows. He did other movies. His career,
100 movies.
His career didn't stop in 1978.
You know, these don't respect Black genius. You know, we come out of the womb dunking. We don't put the work in. We're just born with these skills. So, you know, they always try to diminish our stuff. You know how that is. You know how that is, Roland. You know how you speak. You know how they do. You know how they do.
Oh, no, absolutely. Absolutely. I had a chance to interview him a couple of years ago. I was at his 80th birthday party last year. We live streamed it. His family back east couldn't attend because of COVID, and he really wanted them to be there. So
we New York, right?
Yeah. So he was in New Rochelle.
Mm-hmm.
So we live streamed it. They got a chance to see it, and I can tell you that the thing that was always amazing to me, Spike, with Richard Roundtree, is that you talk about even when this man was 80, I stood there and Spike, I got videos and photos. The man was still Superman at 80.
Black Superman.
He walked in, and I'm talking about the women, the brothers. Well, I mean, that was what was so amazing. He still carried that, and I got this dude. And that's what it was, and not everybody has that. And the thing about it, folk in Black Hollywood, when
you're not. You're
say it again?
Not.
Yeah. And when he was in the room, you had to go pay your respects.
Had to. You had to bow down. And when I found out last night, I just thought about how much, as a freshman in high school, we went to the theater. I saw that film on 42nd Street. 42nd Street back in the day. 40 doo-wop. That theater was packed. And you know how we get in the movie theater.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we get a little extra. We get a little extra. But I'm gonna blow you away with this one. So when I interviewed him, he said, and this would really trip me out because we are now associated with Richard Roundtree with Shaft. He said, Shaft wasn't me. He said, that was all Gordon.
Gordon Parks, yeah.
He said, everything about that character, he said, Gordon was the real life Shaft. He said, and he was the one, he said, Gordon was like, yeah, we're going to shoot this thing. I need you to do this walking down the street. I need you to walk this way. And he said that, so everything that, when it came to the women, when it came to the kicking ass, when it came to all that, he said that, he said that was,
respectfully,
huh? Say it again.
Gordon had some hotties.
No, that's what I'm saying. But Richard said the character was really Gordon.
Great photographer.
Yeah, he said, but the character was really Gordon. That's what blew me away. I just think an extraordinary brother, an extraordinary actor.
And again, he was listen, I'm speaking as I was back in high school. He was our Black manhood, just like we said earlier about Malcolm and Dr. King.
Yep.
Seeing our Black manhood, who's not a punk, not talking about sexuality, who's just a man.
Yep.
And ain't afraid. He ain't scared. Wasn't scared. Kicking much ass.
Well, the word you just used there, manhood, at his birthday party. I wasn't planning to speak, and he came up to speak, and he gave the microphone to me. And what you said was exactly what I said. That's what he represented for us. And for me, I was 3 years old when Shaft came out, but for me to see it later, for me to see to see that, but then beyond Shaft, when I saw him on Being Mary Jane and how he represented.
Oh, you couldn't see. You were. I'm older than you.
Yeah, you're a little bit older than me. Yeah.
Look, man, Thank you for having me on the show. I know you got to go, but I just wanted to share with the audience what he meant to me and just being of that era. I mean, we were so beautiful. I'm not to say we're not now, but back then,
I feel you.
we were just some beautiful, all about love and the music and the dance and the clothes and the afro. Oh, I miss that.
Indeed. Spike, always glad to have you, brother. We appreciate you participating in this tribute to the OG Richard Roundtree.
Where are you going tonight?
I am blowing this thing up. We got, man, some unbelievable people on this show to pay tribute to Richard.
Please give everybody love. Tonight is the home opener for at the world's most famous arena, Madison Square Garden.
Is it the ballet?
Hey. Love you, man. Love.
All right, my brother. Take care.
Ungawa.
My man, Spike Lee. All right, folks, right now, let's go to next brother, Lamman Rucker, actor as well. He had a chance to get to know Richard, to stand with him, work with him. Lamman, just your thoughts about the great Richard Roundtree.
Man, I don't even know where to begin. And I can at least say I don't have as much gray on my face as Spike. So, but I've had a relationship with Mr. Roundtree before I even knew him. I even wrote a paper in college. I even told him this. That was just about the impact that I felt he, as an actor, the aesthetic and the perspective even that Gordon Parks had with Shaft, and the way that show impacted me. I just thought Mr. Roundtree just embodied so much beauty and strength and class, sex appeal, all of that in such a way that was so dignified and so profound that it impacted me at a young age. And I was motivated to write a paper on it, and then had the privilege that once I started working as a professional actor, he played my dad. So when I was on As the World Turns for a few years, I had the privilege of, first of all, being named after Thurgood Marshall. My full name was Thurgood Marshall Travers. And then Richard Roundtree was my father. So we've had a great relationship ever since those days. And there have been numerous other events where I've been able to be in his likeness. I reenacted a classic ebony cover back in 2010. A number of us did this celebratory series of classic ebony covers, and I was chosen to be Richard Roundtree and redo one of his. I think it was, maybe like around the Shaft in Africa days. He had this denim, outfit on. So, but Google that. It's an awesome photo. Very proud of it, and was honored to be selected, and in particular to have my life and my, my image, if you will, aligned with his. It was an incredible honor, and we've been able to maintain our friendship over the years. So this is a very significant loss for me. He's one of my guys. I got a list of guys, like those are my guys. And Richard Roundtree's on that list. Harry Belafonte, Ozzie Davis, just countless black men before me who've set an incredible example. And I'm so grateful for him, so thankful for what he was able to give us during his lifetime at this in this form. And he'll be with us infinitely. He's had too much impact, and too many of us love him too much to really be able to let him go.
And Lamman, one of the last questions, one of the things that I tell people all the time, when we are in the presence of elders like Richard Roundtree, when I'm in the presence of many of our civil rights luminaries, I don't care how many times I've met them, whether it's Andrew Young, whether it's Reverend Jesse Jackson Sr., it does not matter. I am going to go over and pay my respects, tell them thank you, tell them we love you and appreciate you. Because you don't know when it will be the last time you will see them.
Yeah, and even regardless of the fact that we know at some point all of our tickets get punched, you know what I mean? It's just the fact that they're deserving of that extra level of recognition and gratitude and respect. So I was raised to honor my elders, and I've always treated Mr. Roundtree as such. You know, he's definitely one of those men along the lines of some of the other gentlemen that you mentioned that, they deservedly make you feel like you're obligated to go up and kiss the ring every time, and acknowledge the crown that's on their head. So he was a beautiful man, and I thank God for him and so many of the other incredible, majestic, and brilliant, beautiful black men that we have throughout our community and our race of people. And I'm sad to see him go and that I won't see him again, but grateful for our time together and what he meant to me and what he's done for so many others.
Indeed. Lamman Rucker, we really appreciate you joining us for this celebration of life of Richard Roundtree.
Appreciate you, man. All right, love you too, brother. See you
Appreciate
soon.
it, my brother. Thanks a lot.
Man.
Folks, we come back. We'll talk with the great Debbie Allen about Richard Roundtree. We'll also chat with Vanessa Williams, who starred in Soul Food. Darrin Henson, who was in Soul Food with her as well. We've got a lot more stuff to share with you. Glenn Turman, Dondre Whitfield, Freda Payne, Telma Hopkins, Ben Vereen, BJ Pruitt. I mean, you name it. We've got lots more right here, folks, on Roland Martin Unfiltered. On this special edition, celebrating life and legacy of the great Richard Roundtree. We'll be back in a moment.
Don't you think it's time to get wealthy? I'm Deborah Owens, America's Wealth Coach, and my new show on the Black Star Network focuses on the things your financial advisor or bank isn't telling you. So watch Get Wealthy on the Black Star Network.
Hatred on the streets, a horrific scene, a white nationalist rally that descended into deadly violence.
White people are losing their damn minds.
An angry pro-Trump mob storms the U.S. Capitol.
We're about to see the rise of what I call white minority resistance. We have seen white folks in this country who simply cannot tolerate black folks voting.
I think what we're seeing is the inevitable result of violent denial.
This is part of American history. Every time that people of color have made progress, whether real or symbolic, there has been what Carol Anderson at Emory University calls white rage as a backlash.
This is the rise of the Proud Boys and the Boogaloo Boys. America, there's going to be more of this.
Here's all the Proud Boys, guys.
This country is getting increasingly racist in its behaviors and its attitudes because of the fear of white people.
The fear that they're taking our jobs, they're taking our resources, they're taking our women. This is white fear.
Roland Martin here. I just got here. And here, of course, the great Freda Payne. I walked in. I saw her all bedazzled, always looking good. Good to see you.
Good to see you as well, Roland Martin.
So let's talk about Richard Roundtree's 80th birthday.
Well, I'm happy to be here. Richard is a friend of mine from way back when. We used to be, we used to pal around together, if you know what I mean.
Okay, y'all say, look, she was like, we used to, be entangled.
I mean, this was back in the 70s, and matter of fact, the first time I went to an Academy Award, and I went to the governor's ball was because Richard invited me, and that was when Shaft had been nominated for Best Picture, and Isaac Hayes was a presenter for the Academy Awards, and it was, so we were good friends, and we've stayed friends all these years. And you know what? We're both the same age. I'm going to be the big 8-0 in September.
Are you serious?
I'm serious.
Wow.
I'm
See,
serious.
y'all know Black don't crack. Her and Richard. Y'all know Black don't crack.
You know, when you love what you do and you love the industry and you live a good life and you take care of your body and your health. You eat,
And you drink champagne.
And I drink champagne. Here's to you.
Well, look, it is always good to see you. And so, Richard, so I was supposed to just be here hanging out. And then Richard told Bill that he had some of his relatives who couldn't make it out here. And Richard said, can we get this live stream? And Bill called me, and I was like, Bill, we do this all the time. So that wasn't but a phone call. And so that's how we hooked it up. So Richard has relatives who are on the East Coast who can't be here, and they're here because we're live streaming right now.
Well, I wish you guys are here in spirit. I know you are. So it's all good.
All right. Well, it's absolutely good to see you. You're looking great. And we're going to dance a little bit later.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
I appreciate it.
Okay.
All right. Thanks so much. All right, folks. Again, we're here in Los Angeles, the 80th birthday celebration. It was from the 80th birthday celebration last year in Los Angeles for Richard Roundtree. So it was great to see Freda Payne and so many others. We'll have some more reflections a little bit later in the show. Joining us right now, folks, is the choreographer. She is the actress. She's the director. She's all of that stuff. Probably the most important thing, though, she's from Houston. Graduate of Jack Yates High School. And so glad to have the illustrious Debbie Allen with us on Roland Martin Unfiltered. Debbie, always good to see you.
Thank you, Roland. How are you?
I'm doing great. We are celebrating the life and legacy of Richard Roundtree. Became an ancestor yesterday, and I had to get your thoughts just on this man who has done so much. People talk about Shaft, but he was on a different world.
He was on a different world.
Grey's Anatomy?
Grey's Anatomy. He and I did a play together. We did the national tour of Guys and Dolls. It was him. He was opposite Leslie Uggams, and it was me opposite Maurice Hines. And wow, that was the road show of road shows. I'll be writing about that in my book. And Richard was just a treasure. You know, I was just coming out of Howard University when Shaft came out, and wow, that gave us all such pride and made us excited to see this beautiful Black man up there rocking that screen. And the success of that movie changed a lot of things for a little while for Black people in the movie industry. There was a period of investment, but they didn't reinvest, but he made his mark. Richard was amazing, and he was so much fun to work with when we did Guys and Dolls. He was up there singing. It was great.
The thing, I mean, you talk about that role, and Spike Lee had him on a little bit earlier, and he just laid out just in that moment, in that period, what that character, he said, Richard Roundtree as Shaft was our Black Superman.
That's right. He's totally right. I mean, you know, we were riding around because of him, then we got Superfly. We got him, and then the next thing you know, we had Ron O'Neal. So he just started something that opened up Hollywood to letting a Black man be not only the lead, but being sexy as hell and, you know, fine. And, you know, that's something that, you know, Black men have always had a problem. Hollywood has been threatened by their masculinity, their sexuality, and even their softness. They just always want to have the brute. I mean, you have to go read some of those good books that will give you the baseline on that. But Richard dispelled a lot of those myths. And because of him, like I say, we got Ron O'Neal right after him and many other leading men for a little while.
One thing Spike also said is that, and there's been a lot of criticism of the Blaxploitation era, but he said what it did, though, it provided opportunities for not just folks in front of the screen, but behind the camera. It allowed black directors, Gordon Parks was insistent on this, for folks to do soundtracks, to do catering, transportation, a lot of the jobs that we were completely frozen out of for decades.
That's very true. Spike painted a very clear picture that I don't need to say anything other than that's very true. And it went all the way down to, I remember the first time I ever saw a real totally black crew was Roots. I did Roots, and it was like amazing to see the sound men and the DP and all the camera guys and everybody. It was just a matter of pride. It was exciting. So I was happy to know Richard and have a really fun relationship with him and have spent that time with him and Leslie Uggams, right? They had been in Roots together, and there we were on the road in Guys and Dolls. That was, Leslie, I have to tell you about it. We have some fun experiences with Richard on the road.
Of course, there's, I cannot ignore this reality. And guys, if y'all pull that video up, from his birthday party where Richard was dancing. He was surrounded by a bevy of women at his birthday party. And I used to always joke with him because he was always Mr. Smooth. I mean, that Ebony Fashion Fair model was always present.
Right. Richard was beautiful all the way, you know, and there was no denying. And it was kind of like finally accepted, you know, because think about all the movies that Sidney Poitier did and what a great actor he was always, and how, when did he get to have a love relationship on screen? To Serve with Love, you know, Richard brought something that had not happened before that we needed to see. And it's no surprise that he's surrounded by all the women. It makes sense to me.
When I watched I was watching a couple of the networks, their coverage of his passing, and obviously everybody kept referring back to Shaft, but I'm sitting there going, y'all, the man had a career after the 1970s. He was still acting. He was still doing his thing. He was still, you know, again, on his craft. All of these years, I was looking at IMDb, and look, I mean, he was still doing, I mean, he had a movie that actually dropped this year. When I ran into him at Essence last year, he was shooting a show in New Orleans. And so he was, you know, here he is, 80 years old. He wasn't kicking it back retired. I mean, he was working up until his last breath.
Well, that is so telling of who Richard is as a person. He loved working. He loved acting. He loved being on set. He loved being on the stage. It's who he was. He was always a fine actor. You know, when we had him on Different World, it was so great. It was just great to see him up close and personal like that. He was so beautiful. And that he died of cancer is a remarkable thing that we didn't quite know that he had this challenge in his life. He had had breast cancer many, many years before, but we didn't know that he was still challenged by this health situation. And I'm just sorry I hadn't seen him in this last year. You know, COVID shut so many people down. We haven't seen a lot of people, but I will always think of him with great admiration and joy and love. I always will.
Indeed, indeed. Debbie, always a pleasure to see you, chat with you, give my best to Norm, and hope to see you. First of all, we got to sit down and do our one-on-one. I got, luckily, for the longest, I had one with Richard. We got a chance to do it November 9th, 2021. It was an amazing conversation. We're going to be streaming it after we're done the live show. So you and I got to sit down and do ours as well. I'm looking forward to having lots of fun with it.
I'll come anytime. Love you so much. Thank you for all that you do.
Thanks so much.
Okay.
All right, be well.
Bye.
Folks, when we were at that birthday party last year, so was Dondre Whitfield and his wife, Sally Richardson Whitfield. Both of them have known Richard. That was a moment that, and so let me explain something to y'all. So, you know, Dondre, Chris Spencer, Anthony Anderson, all these guys, they always jacking with me. Talking about me and my cameras, how I always got cameras rolling. Well, see, the beauty of always having cameras with you, you can always capture some great stuff. This was a moment at the birthday party when Dondre and Sally ran to Richard. I was rolling the whole time and captured this. And it was just a great moment between the both of them. Doing that. And then we also got this from another angle with a cameraman who was there. And so, guys, roll that. Come on, y'all got it in playback. Roll that one. So y'all see me sitting there doing what I do. And so it was great doing that. And I immediately said, all right, Dondre, turn your airdrop on so I can get it to you. Dondre Whitfield, he joins us right now. Dondre, man, we have lost a great one.
I can't believe you wow, that really got me, man. It was so the reason why that moment was so emotional for me watching it, because he told me on a couple of occasions, he said, you're going to be remembered for building a great career, but you're going to be memorialized for building great men. And in that moment, that's what he was telling me. And I remember just being kind of overwhelmed by that moment, to have one of your heroes tell you how significant your life is. And I remember saying to Sally, wow, I wish I had that. Like, I wish I had that, you know, captured. And literally 30 seconds after I said that to her, you turned around and said, yo, man, turn on your airdrop. So yeah, man, we always kid with you about rolling the cameras, but I swear to you, man, I could have kissed you in that moment, because that moment right there meant the world to me.
We talk about manhood, and I remember sitting next to him. So I think it's called Icon Man. There's an annual deal there. And here's what's amazing, and I've never told this story publicly, is that, people think of Richard Roundtree, I mean, as this, oh my God, this amazing ladies man. Mm-hmm. But he's also somewhat nervous about it. And we were there that night, and he was telling me this story of a woman that he was really interested in, but he was somewhat intimidated by her. By her position, by her stature. And he said, I mean, because the whole point of this night was for these group of black men, and Idris was there, I think Boris was there, and for us just to be able to talk and share. I literally said, well, Richard, I said, listen, man, all that stuff is irrelevant, bro. I said, if that woman is that amazing and awesome, don't be intimidated by it. Go at it. Now, I was sitting here, I was kind of like, how am I sitting here giving some advice to Richard Roundtree? But it was just, so for people to understand, so he wasn't afraid to open up and to have that, and that was the whole point of that night, for black men just to be able to put our egos aside and just to be able to share with one another. That's what kind of brother he was.
You knew that you were in the presence of royalty, but he never made anyone feel like a peasant. Richard had the kind of he fathered me in a bunch of ways, because I've always said that you don't need to be fathered by your biological, but you do need to be fathered. And every time I was around him, I took away a life lesson that a father would give you. And he did it in such a way that you were learning even though you didn't feel like he was actively teaching you, but he was constantly teaching. Like, I always felt like he always made me feel like a king, even though he had the bigger crown. His humility, but his confidence, his swagger, but with some smoothness, like all of those things. Like, I just never forget how, even when you play back that clip, the hugeness of his grin, he always made you feel like,
oh yeah,
he was so glad to see you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like, and I'm going, if he can't be that glad to see me. And it always looked that way. I mean, look at his energy, look at his face. Now, in this moment right here, he's telling me, no, listen, what you're doing with your male versus man platform, I need you to keep doing. Man, it always felt like it was the most important moment in his life, that exchange with you. And I learned so much in that, because you never know what someone needs from you in that moment. He always felt like in the exchange that he had from you, there was nothing more important. And I'm going to tell you, as a young brother looking to come into this industry, you know, we know about the Harry Belafontes. We know about the Sidney Poitiers. We know about the look at that smile. Look at that smile. Like, it was like, man, there's nothing more important than that. So seeing a Billy D. Williams, but then seeing a Richard Roundtree and going, yeah, I can be unapologetically a black man that is masculine, that doesn't seek to marginalize anyone with my masculinity, because there is confidence in it, but there's also humility in it. Man, he taught me so much, man, in that.
A little bit later, I'm actually going to play a clip, because I actually had you, Richard Roundtree, Brian White, Phil Morris on the set together when we did my TV One Washington Watch show. And that point came up about not having to wear a dress, being able to, like all the different things. It was a great conversation, and I totally forgot we did that. I used to do these Hollywood shows, and I forgot that he was on one of the panels. And I was on YouTube, and I typed in Roland Martin and Richard Roundtree, and I was like, yo, I totally forgot about that. And so you're right, and you're right about the smile. Last year at Essence, my guy's trying to find it. He really screwed up because he actually didn't turn the audio on. So what happens, we were pulling up to the Lowe's Hotel, and the Sprinter door opens, and Richard is literally on the phone in front of the Lowe's Hotel. And so the door opens, and I step out, and he goes, and then this huge smile on his face, gives me a big hug. What are you doing here? And he wasn't there for Essence. He was actually shooting a show there with V. Bozeman. And it was just always great. And you're right, that smile, and he would just hug you, and he would just hold you. And he always had great words of affirmation. I mean, he was just a genuine brother.
Yeah, man. He was the kind of gigantic brother that I aspire to be, because, you know, you use the word affirmation, and I talk about this often. Affirmation is actually activation. When you affirm somebody, it's like you turn them up all the way, man. Like, I'm wearing my hoodie, this human hoodie, because when he talked about how what I was doing needed to be amplified, it needed to be bigger. Me doing this, the human podcast, was really about talking about the struggles that we as black men have to endure every single day, and how do we get to the other side of that? And that came from giants like Richard Roundtree saying, what you're doing has to be bigger. It has to be amplified. And I'm going to tell you, when you hear, you know what it is, Roland, when you hear one of your heroes tell you about the significance of what you do, it serves as like a battery pack.
Yep.
That dude, man, I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna be smoking a cigar tonight because that brother right there, one of the most memorable moments of my life was sitting down with him. I sent you a clip.
Yep.
The night after his 80th birthday, that clip from that 80th birthday, the very next day, I'm sitting in first class with Richard Roundtree. We are sitting side by side. It was one of those like surreal moments where we came to celebrate him, and here we are. There it is. We are sitting next to each other on the plane, like just a surreal moment where it was like God was saying, yeah, I know you guys had that moment at that 80th birthday party, but you know what? I need you to have an even bigger, intimate moment with each other. Because, there's something about when you sit next to somebody on the plane, the kinds of things that you may not have been able to talk about
right
when you're in front of, all of these people at a party. There's a different level of intimacy as you share a meal, as you share proximity, and there's no one else impeding on the progress of your exchange. Man, I'm going to tell you, man, I loved that brother. Love that brother. Gonna miss him so much.
Dondre Whitfield. Always a pleasure, my brother.
Always, man. Love you, bro.
Love you, brother. Thanks a lot.
Yes, sir.
Folks, going to go to a break. We come back. Darrin Henson, Michael T. Williamson. We will talk with them and so many other people. They've been blowing the phones up trying to get in. Vanessa Williams from Soul Food. The list goes on and on and on. So we're doing all that we can to sort of pull all this together to give you just a sense of how many people love Richard Roundtree, what he meant to them, what he meant to all of us. We'll share some of the social media posts when we come back. Folks like Gabrielle Union, Taraji Henson, Paula Patton, people who work with him. That's next, right here on Roland Martin Unfiltered, on the special edition of Roland Martin Unfiltered on the Black Star Network.
I'm Faraji Muhammad, live from LA. And this is The Culture. The Culture is a two-way conversation. You and me. We talk about the stories, politics, the good, the bad, and the downright ugly. So join our community every day at 3 p.m. Eastern and let your voice be heard. Hey, we're all in this together. So let's talk about it and see what kind of trouble we can get into. It's The Culture, weekdays at 3, only on the Black Star Network.
When you talk about blackness and what happens in black culture, we're about covering these things that matter to us, speaking to our issues and concerns.
This is a genuine people-powered movement.
There's a lot of stuff that we're not getting. You get it, and you spread the word.
We wish to plead our own cause. Too long have others spoken for us. We cannot tell our own story if we can't pay for it.
This is about covering us.
Invest in black-owned media.
Your dollars matter. We don't have to keep asking them to cover our stuff. So please support us in what we do, folks.
We want to hit 2,000 people, $50 this month, raise $100,000. We're behind 100,000, so we want to hit that. Y'all money makes this possible.
Checks and money orders go to P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C. 20037-0196. The Cash App is $RM Unfiltered. PayPal is R Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle is Roland at RolandSMartin.com.
Hi, I'm Dr. Jackie Hood Martin, and I have a question for you. Ever feel as if your life is teetering and the weight and pressure of the world is consistently on your shoulders? Well, let me tell you, living a balanced life isn't easy. Join me each Tuesday on Black Star Network for A Balanced Life with Dr. Jackie. We'll laugh together, cry together, pull ourselves together, and cheer each other on. So join me for new shows each Tuesday on Black Star Network, A Balanced Life with Dr. Jackie.
on. See, him and Richard you know they old school. They got the straw hat.
Well, you know how that go. You know, of all people, you know how that go. We already had that conversation.
Yo, I saw them sitting over there looking like Pete and Repeat.
You ain't worth a quarter. I'll see you, baby.
So Richard, here's the deal. I wasn't supposed to be here working. I was supposed to be here attending the party. Then Bill hits me up, said, hey, Richard wants this thing live streamed. Yeah. A lot of his relatives couldn't make it. So I was like, I was on the plane. Okay. I didn't bring my equipment. We had to call somebody. So I said, fine, Richard, for you, I work for free. Now, y'all know I don't work for free.
That's love.
You ain't lying. I don't work for free.
That's above and beyond the call of duty.
Precisely. But folk who don't know, y'all go way back.
We do. We go way back, me and Richard. We go back to the early 70s. You know, when we was doing films back in the day. But Richard is the only man I know that every time he walk into a room, his own theme song precedes him. Da-da-da, da-da-da, da-da-da,
I mean, it's a little hard to compete with a man who got his own song.
You know, Coolie High's song ain't bad. But that's at the end of the show.
Right.
He's at
the beginning.
At the show.
And the leather jacket.
And the whole thing.
And he didn't get the one woman.
No. There she is. There go the fine one he got. There she is.
At the beginning of the movie, the middle of the movie, the end of the movie, and they were all different.
She need to be in here.
So what is it? So favorite, y'all know Richard, but just what's the
Cuba with Richard.
Oh, yeah,
we took him to Cuba with us.
Vacation. We vacationed in Cuba. And everybody else was coupled up.
Right.
Everybody,
Richard didn't care.
Richard was the only one who was single.
Richard said, y'all going, I'm going.
We waited for him to come back with stories. I ain't gonna go no further than that.
Well, look, it is great to be here. We're gonna have a great night. And so I'm sure there are gonna be a lot more stories being told. Most of them likely not PG-13.
You got that right.
Always good seeing y'all. I appreciate it. That, of course, Glenn Turman and his wife. That was at Richard's 80th birthday party last year. Those two go back more than 50 years. Richard Roundtree, folks, starred in the television show Soul Food. That's right. I told y'all, he went way beyond Shaft. And one of the folks who was in that show, Darrin Henson, joins us right now. His ode to Richard. See how he's dressed, the turtleneck and the cigar in his hand.
And I got my hat.
Oh, there you go. And you got the hat. So yes.
And I got my hat.
You're paying full homage to one of the coolest cat that has ever walked this planet, Richard Roundtree.
Yes, sir.
Share with us what was it like working with him, preparing with him, seeing him do his thing.
While we were on the set of Soul Food, it was a very, very dynamic time. It was an interesting time, and it was a plentiful time. With Richard being on set, he actually played Hardy Lester, which was, one of the uncles to the girls, of course, and the Joseph sisters, and my character Lem Van Adams, being from the streets at that time, he understood Hardy Lester. Hardy Lester was a little bit of a shiesty guy. He was a fast guy. He owned the convenience store, and he wanted to control it. And the sisters wanted a piece of that because they felt that they were owed to that by their father. And my interactions with, man, it was incredible because I remember him walking on set. And as you heard Glenn in the piece before, his theme song preceded him. He exuded that power, that confidence, and I literally just talked to him as much as I could when we were in the hair and makeup trailer, when we were on set. And he mentored me. He talked to me about his successes. He talked to me about the difficulties and what would be ahead for me as an actor in the industry, and just schooled me and made me and allowed me and afforded me the confidence to continue in that space, in that place. And he always had a great cigar. I lit this cigar today and sent out a prayer, and I'm having this cigar in his name today.
He loved his cigar, loved his alcohol. That's a couple of things he and I could not do together since I don't drink and I'm allergic to smoke. But we'd always could have a great conversation as well. And you and I talked about this here. A lot of brothers use the phrase, would see each other and they would say, "What's up, my dog?" And you, for as long as you corrected folks from doing that. And the thing about, I probably say one of the most consistent through lines in brothers who I've talked to offline, even on this show, has been, here was somebody who embodied, no matter what character he played, whether he played Shaft, whether he played a grocer on Soul Food, whether he played a gay man on Rock, whether he played the character on Grey's Anatomy, it did not matter. Richard Roundtree said, "I am going to represent the best of black manhood."
That is correct. One of the things that we're talking about, I just finished doing a lecture at Miles College, HBCU in Birmingham, Alabama. And that's one of the things that I shared with them. We are not dogs. We are men, and we have a conscience that we can use. We have intelligence. The animal kingdom deals with survival. We have intelligence. So I understand the position when they say, "What's up, my dog?" But I'm not a dog. Neither are the brothers that introduce themselves as such. We are men. We are black men. We are intelligent men. We are strong men. We are empathetic men. And we have to deal and treat ourselves as such. We are not dogs. So that's one of the things that I would like for people to understand and position themselves into controlling. When you take control of someone else, that can denote strength. But when you master yourself and your language and your actions, that is true power. And when you carry and you walk with that essence, then we are walking in the state and the place of the greats. And as we all know it, Mr. Roundtree is great. He perpetuated that. He taught that. He spoke that confidence that we would need to walk and talk as black men in America. We don't need to exacerbate anything that is going to bring us into a place that we don't want to be. We don't want or have any desire to go backwards. It's about forward movement, forward thinking. And as you said and used the word clearly, he exuded that.
Yes, he did. Darrin, always a pleasure, my brother.
My pleasure, my honor, and again, rise in power, rest in peace to a great man who really left his mark, a positive, a loving, a very charismatic, strong, and perpetual mark on our society and all societies around the world. Mr. Richard Roundtree, this is for you.
Darrin, we appreciate it, man. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Folks, we were at the 80th birthday with the other folks we had heard from talking about Richard Roundtree. One of them is the singer Billy Davis. Here is what Billy had to say that night last year. Billy, come on. All of Richard's family watching back east. Richard put me to work.
Wait a minute, I'm over here with Richard. Richard's over here kissing all the girls. I don't know, he must think it's a special day for him or something, But I mean, whenever you see a guy that's kissing all the girls, that's who you want to be with.
Oh yeah, you go see on the other side of them.
Another whole side, right?
All right, so tell for folks who don't know out there, they got no clue. It's the millennials, Gen Zs. Tell them who you are and how long have you known Richard?
My name is Billy Davis Jr. and I've known Richard 50-something years.
Y'all saw what he did. He like, oh, something like that. He didn't want to tell you how many years.
It's been a many year, yeah.
What about that friendship? Well, what makes it so special?
Well, first of all, Richard's he's a fabulous guy. He's a fun guy. his birthday. We are both cancers, which is I got a lot to say about that. And you know, he's just a lovely guy to be with. Yeah.
All right then. Well, look, they about to start the program. I appreciate it. We're going to chat with others later. It's always good to see you, man. You're looking good, looking clean.
Thank you, brother. You haven't changed a lick. You know, you look the same. What am I doing?
No, I'm gonna be eating and drinking what you eat and drink.
well, all right. Then you got it.
All right, Billy, I appreciate it, man. Thanks a lot. All right, folks. That, of course, was the great singer Billy Davis, of course, husband of Marilyn McCoo. Another actor who was on Soul Food is Vanessa Williams. She joins us right now on the phone line. Glad to have you here, Vanessa. When I texted you earlier, you said that absolutely you had scenes with Richard and y'all had a big argument in one of these scenes.
Hey, Roland. Yeah, that's so funny. I feel so privileged to have worked with so many of the greats and of the performers and actors whose shoulders I stand on that made a way for my being and my career. So you were just talking to Billy. I worked with him on Days of Our Lives. We played a couple of Days of Our Lives just a few months back. And then, of course, our dearly departed Richard was so devastating getting that news. And yeah, he was our uncle, quote unquote, Lester, the family friend and co-owner of the Chadway supermarket that the girls from Soul Food inherited, and his entrance into the show and my first working with Richard, the chef, the man who I grew up watching and trying to emulate as someone who made the way for to be a Black actor in this industry, was a fighting scene with, badass chef. So it's pretty amazing. And it was wonderful just working with him and just all that he means to me and our cast and to the culture. I'm just so heartbroken with this loss.
Parker actually posted the scene in the grocery store where she, Melinda Williams, and yourself, y'all were going at it.
Yes, we were not having it. Maxine was a badass herself, so she didn't care who Uncle Lester was. She was coming for it, all that grief and vitriol from having made the loss. So, yeah, it's been, we were on the phone, the three of us, yesterday when I got the news, and just really appreciating life and just being so overwhelmed with the opportunities that we had to work with such greats as Richard and how we, have no idea like how long we have with each other.
Yep.
And, and so I'm just so grateful that he touched my life in so many ways and so personally, to have had the opportunity to work with Shaft, to work with Richard, a marvelous actor who came up out of all of the New York theater scene that also grew me as an artist, and all of that when there was no way, when we were making our own way. It's just an incredible, wonderful growth to see what we've been able to do, and for people like him who've paved the way for us.
The thing that I think was so awesome is that again, I mean, he kept it going. He was in shows, he was in movies, he was still doing his thing. In fact, Hill Harper actually posted, if y'all have the Instagram post, folks, if you don't, I'll pull it up here. He posted something that I thought was really powerful. Go ahead and pull it up. He said, many years ago, I was waiting in an audition room to go in and read for a role in some movie I can't remember, for a young director seemingly recently out of film school. As I waited, as actor after actor walked in to audition, my turn was next, and at that moment in walked a towering, powerful, elderly man. Mm-hmm. A man of regal grace, intelligence, and class that I immediately recognized. As I watched him sit down with his audition sides in hand, I sat back in my seat dumbfounded and angry. I said to myself, are these producers and that young director actually making the great Richard Roundtree audition for this rinky-dink film? I felt super protective of him for some reason, LOL. In my mind, there was no doubt they should have offered him the role out of respect. It was that moment I realized that the world rarely grants us the respect we are due. So after I read and before I left, I made it a point to laud him with compliments and respect. From that moment on, every time he would see me, he would say with his deep voice and a smile, "Hill, how you doing, young brother?" He reminded me of my father and other men from his generation, so strong, so cool, so loving without ever showing it. His immense talent and commanding presence graced our screens, embodying both strength and gentleness. Beyond his legendary roles, he was a man of deep kindness and soulful wisdom. Let us celebrate his enduring legacy and the indelible mark he leaves behind. Farewell, good sir, with all respect, love, and reverence. You, Sidney Poitier, Harry Belafonte, Ossie Davis, and others are leaving us too soon and leaving a definite void. You represent the best of us. We love you. Rest in power, Richard. There's no doubt that he belongs in the pantheon of great actors, but certainly great black male actors.
Absolutely. I mean, I totally second the emotion of Hill's most eloquent post. And it speaks to absolutely how I feel and how so many of us feel about Richard's contribution and about the grace and humility of actors like him, and all actors having to, like, we've never like arrive. You know, we always have to like keep dancing for our due. And to think that, like Hill said, this rinky-dink film would ask Richard Roundtree to come and prove himself once again is just such a dark mark on the system, as it were. And just but also speaks to Richard's love of the craft and desire to continue to keep working. I mean, that's for sure the sentiment of many of us who want to stay in the business, who are determined to stay in the business for as long as we're alive. We're going to keep working as long as we're alive. I was just at an event with Richard Lawson and some others, and we were honoring Marla Gibbs.
Yep.
And it's that same kind of tenacity and resilience. And no matter how many times or how much tap dancing we're going to do, I'm here for it. I've got a story to tell. And I'm going to tell it. It's why I'm also encouraged by the next wave, this current wave of actors and creators who are taking all of the reins and saying, I'm going to write it, produce it, and star in it, and make the way so that we can respect our elders who've come before us and were offered the roles. I'm sure Richard was offered roles, just that particular one, perhaps not, obviously not, but it's just too far in between where we're really given the respect that we're due.
Indeed. Vanessa Williams, I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. God bless.
Appreciate it. All right. Folks, I'm going to show you one more Instagram post that I really liked. There was a photographer named Eli Joshua. And he actually, he posted this that I thought was, we have there in the control room, guys. So he posted this, and I thought it was really great there. He said, I was on the lot to shoot some prop photos on Being Mary Jane. I just so happened to walk outside, and there he was smoking in his name of the cigar. I contemplated, should I approach him for a photo because he was having some downtime to himself before his next scene. Finally, Mr. Roundtree, my name is Eli. I'd love to make your portrait. He said, absolutely. Where would you like me? I said, there is fine. Raised my camera. He glanced. I shot. He asked if I got what I needed. I said yes, but I really had no clue until I walked away and checked. I definitely got what I wanted. Thank you, Mr. Roundtree. Travel free and swift. When we come back, we'll chat with Michael T. Williamson, the actor. We'll also hear from Kathleen Bradley. Y'all know her as Mrs. Parker from Friday, as well as the cast of a Netflix show that he starred in, led by Tia Mowry. All of that next right here on our special edition of Roland Martin Unfiltered, as we honor the life and legacy of Richard Roundtree, who passed away yesterday at the age of 81 due to pancreatic cancer. I'll be back in a moment.
hatred on the streets. A horrific scene, a white nationalist rally that descended into deadly violence.
White people are losing their damn minds.
As an angry pro-Trump mob storms the U.S. Capitol, we've seen shootings.
We're about to see the rise of what I call white minority resistance. We have seen white folks in this country who simply cannot tolerate black folks voting.
I think what we're seeing is the inevitable result of violent denial.
This is part of American history. Every time that people of color have made progress, whether real or symbolic, there has been what Carol Anderson at Emory University calls white rage as a backlash.
This is the rise of the Proud Boys and the Boogaloo Boys. America, there's going to be more of this.
Here's all the Proud Boys, guys. This country is getting increasingly racist in its behaviors and its attitudes because of the fear of white people.
The fear that they're taking our jobs, they're taking our resources, they're taking our women. This is white fear.
Pull up a chair, take your seat. The Black Tape with me, Dr. Greg Carr, here on the Black Star Network. Every week, we'll take a deeper dive into the world we're living in. Join the conversation only on the Black Star Network.
Richard Roundtree's 80th birthday party. For the folk who don't know, tell them who you be.
I be Thelma Hopkins, and I work with Richard on Family Reunion. I play Maybelle.
Now, you were telling me when y'all first met.
Well, I didn't actually. Oh, okay. I didn't actually get to meet him first. First, I flew to California to do a little album called Shaft with Gordon Parks. So I got to sing on that. And then when I did meet Richard, I told him to look at the cover. And if he saw a little girl with bucky teeth and a bad Diana Ross wig, that's me. So if you have it, you can blackmail me with it. But I'm just so honored to be here to wish Richard a happy 80th birthday. I swear he told me he was 74.
No.
Line.
He 80.
But he a fine 80, I gotta say it.
Well, look, it's glad to see you here. It's been great, folks celebrating him, and it's good hanging out, and it's good to see you.
Well, he is an icon in this city, even for us who are in the same age category. Almost. So good to meet you.
Likewise, I appreciate it.
I love your show.
I appreciate it.
Hi, y'all.
All right, thanks so much. Appreciate it. All right, y'all. So that was, of course, last year at Richard's 80th birthday. There were a lot of other people who were there as well, who were chatting. Kathleen Bradley, model. Y'all know her as Mrs. Parker from the movie Friday. When it was time for the program, she had a few words to say to Richard.
This is a wonderful time for us right now, and a lot of people aren't here to help celebrate because they got lost to COVID. And, you know, for us to have this man right now that we're celebrating is a wonderful time. I've known him for 50 years. I know that's hard to believe. I look like I'm more older than 50. Oh, thank you. I've known him for 50 years. In 1971, I was in the Miss Black California beauty pageant from Mavericks Flat. How many of y'all know Mavericks Flat? Mavericks Flat Days, yes. And he was one of the judges. And you know what? Prior to that, when Shaft came out, ladies and gentlemen, if you're of that age and era, which most of you probably are, the men wanted to be him, and the women wanted him. You look on that screen and couldn't help but get moist. Okay, that's the truth. Am I lying? Am I lying? Raise your hand, all right? That's right. And for him to be this fine black man, I ain't talking about yellow, I ain't talking about mocha, I ain't talking about, Well, yellow's good too now. I've been knowing him too, modeling days. But this fine black man with these beautiful teeth, he set such a wonderful, great precedence for acting, for men, for action, to let people know that we could do it. And we kept going back to see him in this role. He helped others develop this kind of action role, and people wanted to be inspired by him. He's a wonderful person, a longtime friend. His golf game ain't shit, but I love you! Love you, man!
Thank you, Kathleen.
Oh my goodness! No, stick with it. She walked over, gave Richard a big hug. He was over there in the corner chilling with Billy Davis and Jim Brown and others who were there. We lost Jim Brown earlier this year as well. Gabrielle Union, who starred with Richard in Being Mary Jane on BET, she posted this on Twitter, this tribute to Richard. Richard Roundtree had many recognizable roles, but I knew him best as Paul Patterson on Being Mary Jane. He truly was a transcendent actor through and through. R.I.P. Folks, also who starred on Being Mary Jane was B.J. Pruitt. I got a chance to chat with him at that birthday party, and he had a hilarious story he shared about Richard. Here it is.
You doing? Everything good? So Richard wanted this live stream. I ain't here working. This is a favor. So folks out there watching, he got a family who couldn't be here, so we're live streaming it. But folks who don't know, first of all, tell your name.
I'm B.J. Britt. I played P.J. Patterson on Being Mary Jane.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
And so
he played Dad for 5 seasons. So
you got a chance to work with the legend. Tell folks about what that was like.
Oh my God, incredible! Every day, that's the man. You already know that. But that's the man. Every day, just hanging out with him, just soaking up everything that I could possibly do.
Now, one thing people don't realize, Richard is low-key funny.
Oh, he is now. Trust me. Thank you. How you doing? Oh, he definitely funny. He a comedian, for real. He'll just, but it's quick. It's quick. You gotta catch it. He's real quick with it. But yeah.
So give me one moment on the set that folks that really stands out for you working with him.
Working with him. For me, I think it's just the prep work. We were staying in the same hotel, so I'd come downstairs and I'd see him in the patio, out there, smoking a cigar, drinking his Gentleman Jack, going over his lines, and I'd be like, and I'd just come in front of him and just sit down, and they'd be like, oh. And I'm like, you wanna run some lines? And then he'll just start spitting. I'm like, wait, I ain't got to that scene yet.
So he already gone through it.
He already go. He on it. I'm like, let me catch up, man. Let me catch it. He's still on it. How you doing? Good to see you, my man. Good to see you.
That is too funny. Taraji P. Henson shared her thoughts on Instagram. Richard Roundtree played her father in a movie. She said, rest in paradise, hashtag Richard Roundtree, the original Shaft. Speaking of Shaft, Samuel L. Jackson, who took the mantle of Shaft, Richard Roundtree, had this to say on Instagram as well in a great post here. Sam, of course, first of all, Sam loves a doggone large caps. And so he's always writing in large caps. He showed his appreciation for Richard here, folks. And as you see it right there. And again, when you think about Sam Jackson, you think about chorus following. You got Jesse T. Usher, who also played the role in the Shaft lineage, if you will. They all did so. Both of them recognizing the greatness of Richard. Sam, again, said, Richard Roundtree, the prototype, the best to ever do it. Shaft, as we know it is and will always be his creation. His passing leaves a deep hole, not only in my heart, but I'm sure a lot of y'all too. Love you, brother. I see you walking down the middle of Main Street in heaven, and Isaac's conducting your song. Coat blowing in the wind, angels whispering, that cat Shaft is a bad mother. Shut your mouth. But I'm talking about Shaft. Then we can dig it. That's Sam Jackson. Jesse T. Usher, as I said, he is a part of the Shaft lineage. Jesse T. Usher posted this on Instagram. Jesse said, "The image from the first time I met Mr. Roundtree will forever be imprinted in my memory. He was standing across the way, conveniently propped against the base of a light post as a cloud of smoke from a cigar wafted through the air like a literal depiction of his aura, illuminated by the only light source in the lot, which was directly above him. Haha, absolutely legendary. He taught me many things, but above all else, humility and thankfulness. He was and always will be the motherfucking man. Rest in peace to the OG Richard Roundtree." Folks, as I said, there were others who spoke at that birthday party. You heard Thelma Hopkins talk about the Netflix show Family Reunion. Well, several folks from that show were there, including the actor Cameron Wright. This is what Cameron had to say at Richard's birthday party last year.
Yeah, I just want to say something real quick. I've had the honor and privilege of getting to work with Mr. Richard for the past few years, and over the past few years, he's taught me so much. I've learned so much from him, not only how to be a good actor, but how to be cool, you know? So I just want to say, when I grow up, if I'm half as cool as you are, that's a great success.
Meg Deloach, and this is Jordan James. We recently worked with Richard on a sweet show called Family Reunion. I have to tell you, I've been in the business a long time, and when it came time to cast the role of Grandpa, somebody said, "What about Richard Roundtree?" And I was like, "Oh God, please. That's not a possibility, is it?" And my dear friend Dawn, who's here today, said, "Let me make a phone call." And she got Richard to read the script. And I'm forever grateful because for those of you who may not have seen the show, he has such a strong, a powerful presence, as he always does. And he anchored our family. And I'm just honored that he chose to be a part of something that I created. And I love you, Richard. Thank you for all the graciousness and the greatness you brought to the show. And thank you for saying yes. Thank you for saying yes to Dawn. Yes! And I love you too. And Jordan wants to say,
"We love you and happy birthday."
Bye.
Here, folks, is actress Beverly Todd.
Hi, Richard. I don't know if you remember. I hope you do. Remember Lincoln Heights? You remember Lincoln Heights? Do you remember that I was your wife in Lincoln Heights? I just want to remind you of that wonderful time we had and let you know that you were one of the best husbands ever. Think about it.
The party was the idea of Richard Roundtree's daughter, Kelly. All of his children were at the party that night. And here's what Kelly had to say to kick things off.
I did start this. I did want to celebrate my dad's 80th birthday. I want to say thank you to everyone for showing up for this. Those of you that are near and those of you that came from far away, I appreciate you. I know my dad appreciates you. We all have been on this ride together. My dad is famous for saying, I was just riding the horse in the direction it was going. He tends to negate the influence on the culture that he has had. His life has been of the more extraordinary than the average life, and we're here to celebrate that life this evening. And I so appreciate that you guys have all shown up for this. It means a lot. It means that he has had an impact on all of us together and the culture. And I just want to say publicly here and now, I love you, Dad. And can I give a little personal anecdote about, I'll get a little teachery here because I am a teacher. The magic years when you are 6 and 7 years old are years, that's how you can tell kids about the Easter Bunny and Santa Claus and all of that stuff. Imagine, as a child when I was 6 or 7 years old, seeing my father on the big screen. When Shaft came out, that's how old I was. I was in the magic years of development, so it left a lasting impression on me. My dad, for me, will always be magical. Because of the impact and the age I was. I don't think my siblings have that same, because it was a convergence of that, my age and that event at the same time combined to make quite an impression.
Let me try that.
Thank you. Love you, Dad, and I'm done. Thank you for all showing up.
Folks didn't realize that Richard Roundtree was an Ebony Fashion Fair model, and one of his fellow models, she also spoke that night.
I'm Barbara Prysock, and I just wanted to say that Richard and I were in the Ebony Fashion Fair together in 1967. Wow. It's the first time I met him, and we have been fast friends. He's my son's godfather, and we've been fast friends for all these years, and we still are. And I love him to pieces. I think he knows that. And happy birthday. And I'll see you soon.
Folks, had opportunity, of course, to chat with Richard that night. He was feeling good, looking good, and here is our conversation.
Live stream here, but I just wanted to go ahead, give you the final word, man. Great night. How do you feel?
Roland, as I said earlier, reaching the age of 80, I had no concept of that to begin with. But I'm a very private person, and my oldest daughter, who has never asked me for anything, came out from Illinois, and I found out that the reason that she came out was she wanted to throw me a surprise birthday party. What?
Now, normally the surprise birthday party, you don't know about it.
Right.
But she kind of needed you to tell her who to invite.
Exactly. She said, I don't know who you want to invite. I don't know what facility you would like to have it at. That's when I turned it over to Bill Hammond. And we've known each other for a long, long time. And I know he's the best black man in this town to throw an event.
Well, look, I was honored when she called me, left me a voicemail, and she said, I want to invite you to my dad's birthday party. And I tell people all the time, I don't expect things. People don't have to invite me to anything. And so when she called me, I said, I will be there. So when I saw you in New Orleans and you asked me, I said, don't worry, I will be there.
I'm going back to New Orleans in the morning. You finished the job. And man, I'm so happy to see you here. And the words you spoke.
My brother, I appreciate it, my brother. You the man. We love you, Philly, baby. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, Roland.
That's it, y'all. And here's the deal. Richard wanted this because a lot of his family members.
So when Richard was talking about the words I spoke, so here's what happened. Again, I'm shooting a video there. Bill Hammond is going to call Richard up, and then Richard decides to just hand me the microphone. And I tell people all the time, always be ready when they pass the mic to you. Here is what took place.
Richard, you want to bring the mic over? You want to say a few words? Oh, you want to come up? Come up, Richard. Come on up here, Richard. Yes. And after this, if everyone wants to say anything, say hi to Roland Martin. Roland came in and helped me. We're doing a live streaming. I'll give it to him. We're doing a live streaming, so if you want to say some words about Richard, and I want to give you a little friend to help you out up here with your speech. All right. Love you, brother.
I'm going to hand the mic to this gentleman.
This is
I got the mic. All right, I'll say a couple of words. You're absolutely right. One of the coolest brothers ever. We had an opportunity. There was an Icon Man event where we got to sit at the table together and fellowship for several hours. Have always loved him from afar. Then we had this great one-on-one interview where we talked about everything from family to his dad, having nothing to say about him getting shaft, growing up, his long history. As a black man, I've always used my platforms to affirm brothers. This is no disrespect to sisters, but typically when you see brothers on the air, they're praising their mothers. And very rarely do you see black men affirming other black men through television. And so the reality is what Richard has done through all of his various roles, whether we're talking about Shaft and then, of course, other television shows and movies, he has always represented the finest of black manhood. And so when you saw him on the screen, trust me, young men were watching him do his thing. And for those brothers who did not have brothers in their lives, that is important. Those movies and TV shows will be here forever. And so it's not just a question of what has he accomplished in his life. The reality is, as long as this nation and this world is here, folks will always be able to see the work and the art of Richard Roundtree and what it means to be a strong black man. Brought him to tears there, and of course, he had a few words to share with us as well.
You know, there is so much love in this room. I have, this has been singularly the most incredible weekend. I have my family here. My oldest daughter came out in April, I think it was, and I thought it was just another visit. She's going to spend some time with me and her brother and her sister-in-law and Ezra. But she was hanging around the house, and I didn't think too much of it. But she came into my office and she said, "Dad, I need to talk to you." Uh-oh. And she said, "The real reason that I'm out here is I wanted to throw you a surprise birthday party." When I got up off the floor, I said, "Really?" She said, "Yeah, but the problem is, I don't know who you like to invite, where you would like to have it, so I need your help." Okay. That's when Bill Hammond came into the picture. And Bill, as Bill said, we've known each other for a long time, and I know he does the best events. And I hooked them up, and they collaborated, and this is what you see. I am so over the moon of feeling all of this love in the house tonight. I appreciate you all for being here. And Roland, that was stupid. And I'm so glad that my dear, 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 dear friend, John Webb, was short in what he had to say.
Me and you, baby.
Tina and Patrick spoke briefly. I introduced them. That's my manager of over 25 years. That's what I said, 35. Keep me correct, okay, all right. It's been an incredible journey, and I appreciate you, and thank you. Scott Manners, we go back over 20 years. Okay, Scott, 30 years. On and off for 30 years. But you have managed to maintain my career, and I've been employed for all of those years. And I thank you. I thank you. I have the pleasure of a large percentage of the group of people from Family Reunion. I tell you, the reason I was on Family Reunion, Dawn Mallory. And she called me up and said, you know what, there's a project that I would like you to consider. I said, consider? Meg, I talked to Meg, and she said, yes, I would like it. I'm aboard. And you guys, and that crazy woman, something about her last name being Divine. Who has a last name Divine? She lives up to that name every single minute. And I would have liked to have seen her have a mic off camera. Those 3 years on that show were magical to me. And Meg, I thank you. I thank you. And it was a joyride.
Yes, it was. It was. Labor of love.
I can't think of anything else to say. I want to thank all of you for being here. And I want to thank you for all the love that I've been receiving up in here tonight. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Love you, brother. Richard Roundtree, happy birthday. Now let's celebrate. We have food. We got Laura.
Folks, this is why we do what we do. One of the reasons why when I started Roland Martin Unfiltered, and of course Black Star Network, is we operate by the premise of the nation's first black newspaper, Freedom's Journal, which wrote on March 16, 1827, in the third paragraph, we wish to plead our own cause, too long have others spoken for us. And so, yeah, there are other outlets, other national shows. They did their Richard Roundtree retrospective. I saw some of them. Some were 2 minutes, some were 3 minutes. Many of them, they voiced it over. You never actually heard from Richard. Because we had a relationship, we had the exclusive footage of that birthday party. Our sit-down interview. But we also wanted you to hear from all these different people who cross paths with Richard Roundtree. There are so many others who want to be on the show. We'll be chatting with them tomorrow. Michael T. Williamson, actor Leon. We missed each other a little bit early. We're going to try to get him on tomorrow. And so many others who responded. They wanted to share their thoughts and reflections on Richard Roundtree. Because you've heard me say this, that if we do not have Black-owned media, then we're asking somebody else to tell our story. The life and legacy of Richard Roundtree was worth more than 2 or 3 minutes on CBS or ABC or NBC or MSNBC or CNN or any of the other networks. It's more than that. This is an opportunity for us to honor and cherish one of our own, to show them how we felt about them. We did that when he was alive. And I really hope our various organizations, the NAACP Image Awards, whether we're talking about the National Urban League, or we could go on and on, all these different organizations, I would hope that we are honoring our greats before they become ancestors. Let's not wait until they're 80 and 90 years old. Let's honor them a lot earlier. You heard Vanessa talk about Marla Gibbs. Marla Gibbs is still working. Marla Gibbs is one of the funniest people. Look how much attention Betty White got, magazine covers and on television shows. Marla Gibbs hasn't gotten any of that. But she is 90 plus years old. She is still doing amazing work. So our goal here is to be able to show them how we feel about them, because we don't have to ask permission when it comes to who we honor and how we honor them and how long we desire to honor them. So when you hear me talk about supporting this show, that's why. When you hear me talk about contributing and becoming a member of our fan club, that's why. Your resources helped us fly to Los Angeles and sit down and rent that Airbnb and bring in the crew and bring in the cameras and sit down and talk in that Airbnb with Richard and Sally Richardson Whitfield and Flex and Ray Chu and Trevor Jackson and so many others we talked to. And so this is why we have to fund our own as well. Because I think probably if you add up all of these other networks and their tributes to Richard Roundtree, it likely won't even add up to 20 minutes. That's why we wanted to give him the time and attention that he deserves. We did it while he was with us, and we do it while he's an ancestor. If you want to support us in what we do, here's the way you do so. Check in money orders. Go to P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C. 20037-0196. Cash App is $RM Unfiltered. PayPal, R Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle, Roland at RolandSMartin.com. Roland at RolandMartinUnfiltered.com. We're not done. I'm going to step away. We're going to all share with you the one-on-one Roland with Roland interview that we did with Richard Roundtree, November 9th, 2021. It's an amazing conversation. It gets deeply personal. But we're going to end with this here. This was a drop, and we never even used it. And we're going to incorporate this into our drops, even though Richard is now an ancestor. He did one for us when we were in New Orleans at Essence Fest in 2022. Deeply appreciative. I want to thank all of you for watching this celebration of the life and legacy of the great Richard Roundtree. I'll see you tomorrow.
No. Eric.
Richard Roundtree, and you're watching Roland Martin Unfiltered.
I can't do, like, seriously. Like, here's about to trip you out. Me and Glenn talked about this here. If you ever see me in jeans, I got cowboy boots on. I can't wear jeans.
I cannot wear jeans.
Because?
I just can't wear jeans. I've never liked jeans. It's always been slacks. It might be pants. But if I ever have, the only time you will ever see me in jeans is if I'm wearing cowboy boots.
Do you ride?
Yeah, I haven't ridden in a while, but that's just, yeah. So I wear, I got about 20
You're
pair of cowboy
appropriately
boots.
dressed.
Yeah, but I don't know what it is. Even when I was in high school, I didn't necessarily like jeans. I got like 2 pair. Now my dad, oh, he got jeans. He's clean pressed. No, drive my wife crazy because we'll go somewhere and we're like, oh, it's casual. I'm getting dressed. She's like, what you doing? She's like, it's casual. I'm like, hell, this is casual. Like, what you talking about? Like, she'll throw some jeans on, her tennis shoes, or some shoes like that, whatever. I can't do that. Can't do it. Cannot do it. I couldn't even wear some shoes like that with some slacks. It would have to be loafers. It would have to be, I can't.
You're a very interesting man.
Well, it was a trip because my dad would do this. We would be sitting in the living room watching TV or something. All of a sudden, he'd be going to the bathroom and he's showering and he'd shaving and everything. And we're like, where he going? And he'd get dressed up. He'll put on some slacks. He'll put on some shoes, shirt, put his watch on, cologne, leave, come back. Hell, he went grocery shopping.
Oh. Whoa.
The idea, he wasn't putting no sweats on going. So I saw that. And so we were just, so growing up, yeah, I wore more slacks to school. We don't dress code, but it's just, I'm absolutely comfortable in a suit, slacks, dress shoes. Church would be over on Sunday. We would be cooking in it. We'd be lounging around. Mom was like, y'all gonna change clothes? No, we fine. Me and my brother. It's nothing. Yeah.
Okay.
It's just that's what I'm saying. So the idea of, because see, the thing for me that's about, I love watching old photos of black folks from the 20s, 30s, 40s, who, in the case of, especially the cats in Chicago, who came from down south, they would wear them overalls all weekend, but come Friday night, Saturday night, church on Sunday, they clean. And I love looking at these old photos or videos and black folks dressed to the nines. Not the casual. So it's just something about that. Our sense of style. But you know that. That was the whole deal. That was the whole deal with Shaft.
Yeah, that's Gordon Parks. That's Gordon Parks to the bone. I mean, he is singularly the most elegant man I had the pleasure of knowing.
I never got a chance to meet him.
Sorry?
I never got a chance to meet him. Oh. But everything, I've seen the documentaries and the books, it was all.
You know, he wrote a song that, what's his name? The minister who died, Don't Misunderstand. Mm-hmm. Gordon wrote that song. And it's the epitome, encapsulation of the Shaft character. Mm-hmm. But it's all Gordon. Don't misunderstand. You are no concern of mine. But in case you're free sometime and need some time with me sometime, I can hold your hand. I can't think of his name. O.C. Smith. He sang the song. That was the Shaft 2. Mm-hmm. And I listened to that song. Wait a minute. This is Gordon Parks.
And the thing about, again, everything I've read, the documentaries, I mean, it was the style, it was the attitude, and the fact that he believed I could do whatever I want to. So, the sonnets and the operas and the movies and the plays, and he's an artist, he's a photographer, he's a magazine editor, making movies. I mean, we talk about Renaissance man.
Yeah, yeah.
That was it. That was it.
Back then, they didn't have traffic control. And that shot, when I come out of the subway, here's what I want you to do. We got a camera up there. We got a camera up there. And one other. When you come out of that subway stop, and I want you to cross the street, and I want you to own it. You feel me? No, he didn't say feel me. You understand? Yes.
Yeah, I want you to own it.
So that crossing in that Broadway, that was improvisation when that taxi cab driver honked his horn. It was all in the moment. And I'm so proud of that because he gave me the license. Probably singularly, one of the best directors I've ever worked with. And I've worked with a lot. Mm-hmm. This woman who was directed me in Cherish the Day, sister, came very close. Young girl, young woman. She was magical. And she hasn't been in the business that long. Mm. But you remember the special ones. Mm-hmm. And you never forget the a-holes. Had a few of those as well.
See, what I love about, first of all, everybody, people talk about black exploitation, and we'll get to that in a second. But what I think Shaft represented, and you playing Shaft, it represented exactly what he said. Own it, meaning bring all of your authentic black manhood and don't apologize for it.
Yeah.
And I'm not casting any aspersions on even Sidney Poitier's movies or anybody else. But the thing about, as I look at you in that role, I think about Harry Belafonte, as I think about Sidney Poitier, it's I'm going to bring all of us to this thing. And America, and even a lot of black people are uncomfortable with full, authentic black manhood. That scares a lot of black people. Because we're not, because even we get scared. Oh, hold up, man, that's a little, man, that's a little too much.
Give me an example.
Oh, I've experienced it. I think when to be an unapologetic black man scares black people because we have been so conditioned. We have been trained and then subconsciously accepted when we walk into the room, we ease into the room. And that if you walk in your fullness, when he said, own it, who this cocky, arrogant person? Yet mediocre white men go to many spaces like, oh, I belong here. And I think that is, and I've experienced where a lot of black people, you a bit much. Well, he not. Oh, but I am. Well, you're going to have to deal with it. And it's a very interesting, I think, and to see it on the big screen, this total badass, clean, women loved him, unapologetic. That, to me, is what it represented.
I get what you're saying, and when I look back on it, Gordon's whole persona was a total at ease with who he was.
Yes.
That's what you're saying.
Yes.
Under any circumstances.
He belonged in whatever room he was in.
Yeah. Because the studio didn't want me to have a mustache. Gordon said, no, you will have a mustache if I gotta paste it on every morning.
Because for black men.
Hello.
And,
These are the only bins that will accommodate larger rollerboards.
They put 10 in here?
10, and you don't come out till you die. And you eat him, he eat 10.
Oh my God.
So what?
My brother's an alpha. He played spring 87. I played spring 89. So you get to shave all facial hair. I did not come home after I pledged until a mustache grew back.
Whoa.
Because I can't. Okay, I'm gonna tell you the story off camera. I gotta tell you the story off camera. All right. My dad will get real mad if I tell this story on camera.
Okay.
But let's just say my dad made it real clear to me and my brother. You better keep a damn mustache. Remind me to tell you the story. You gonna holler. But I've had that conversation with other brothers who I went to college with, and when they went to corporate America, they shaved their beards, shaved their mustaches, and again, it was conforming to a standard that's not who we are. So for him to say no, he gonna have a mustache. That was another signal you are going to accept the fullness of this black man.
Absolutely.
Now, you said he gave you the license. Was that you? Because even that has defined you. People, oh yeah, that's the bad man. That's the badass right there. Did you have that attitude before, or were you sort of, hey?
No.
You want me to shave it? I'll shave it. You want me to keep it? I'll keep it.
All right, back up. It was only a couple of years ago that I realized that the character Gordon placed on me was Gordon Parks. You know, he's got that bushy.
Yes.
It's hard for me to even separate who he is from that character that was depicted on the screen. His mannerisms. I don't know if you remember, there was a scene where I'm looking for the gang leader the black band leader. I'm up in Harlem, and I'm knocking on doors and say, "Have you seen?" And he comes out. He did what's that old actor who always put himself in his movies? It doesn't matter. But he opens the door and got, "No, I ain't seen him. He owes me back money." And I looked at that. Wait a minute. That is Shaft. You can't separate the two. That's who he is. Gordon Parks. Clean, always clean.
Always. 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 I still tell the story, and I love when you told me this, how you used to get really upset that people kept calling you that. And your daddy said, I tell people that all the time. I talk about that story all the time. How your daddy was like,
please.
Basically, son, you tripping.
Yep. A lot of people leave this earth not being known for nothing. Shut up.
The reason I tell that story, because it's also the influence of a black father on a son. And I talk a lot about my dad. Mom has been in my life. They've been married 54 years. Great, wonderful. But there is something I believe that is different, that is vital. What a dad says to a son, trains a son, raises a son. What was your relationship?
My dad, interesting man, deeply religious. I mean, we went from the Union Baptist Church till the church fell apart, and he got in with his sisters, Pentecostal. Later became a Pentecostal preacher. And it's the old thing of Sunday, you went to Sunday school, morning service, went home, and came back for BTU.
All day experience.
Yeah. He was a very strict man, to the degree in which my grandmother, Miss Lucy, lived to be 103 years old. If we did something in the neighborhood, the whole neighborhood knew.
Mm-hmm.
And she made us go out and get the switch. And she said, "You just wait till your daddy gets home."
And you like, you got it, you good, like you handling it.
My dad would come home, and my brother and I'd be upstairs, fainting asleep.
Never worked.
No. Come on down here, boys. We're about to have a party.
He called a party?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're about to have a party. Dad, I won't ever do it again, but no. And I look at these kids today, and my own kids.
Right.
Y'all don't know what you're missing.
I told my nieces that. I said, y'all couldn't live in the household I grew up in. I said, y'all could not have survived. I said, you would be losing out of your mind. Because they had pushed me a little too far. And when I snapped, I said, y'all have no idea how close I am slapping the shit out of you.
My dad, when he got upset, he couldn't talk. The Watkins man came to the door one day, knocked once and opened the door and said, funny story. Alternate summers, we would go to my dad's home in Thomasville, Georgia, and North Carolina, my mom's home. Dad wanted us to experience going to Florida. Thomasville is only about 20 miles from Tallahassee. So my cousin, my brother, my sister, my mom and dad, we get in the car, we go to Thomasville, to Tallahassee. And we pull up at this general store. And this white kid is riding a bike on the wooden planks in front of the store. And Terry gets out of the car and walks up to the kid, said, "Can I ride your bike?" And the kid look at him like, he didn't say anything. "Now come on, just have a ride." Terry takes the bike and is just about to get on it. And my dad come flying out the door, grabbed up Terry, put him in the car. I don't know how fast we got back to Thomasville. But you just don't understand.
We are not in New Rochelle. We are in the South.
We didn't know what that was all about. But to see him, we knew when he was upset.
Right.
That Watkins man, he never did that again. Weekly, he would come by.
Right.
You remember Watkins products? I got a few weeks on you, that's why. But that was part of the neighborhood. The Watermelon Man, the Good Humor Man, the Watkins Man. Weekly would come by trying to sell hair products and Vaselines and everything. I had a pretty good growing up.
How did you decide to say, all right, I'm going to become an ebony model?
No, I didn't get a vote on that. No, I was doing the Ebony Fashion Fair.
Right.
And Eunice Johnson, Mrs. Johnson, said, would you do an ad for us? And I was doing a little modeling in Manhattan prior to this. Very little. And I said, sure. I don't think I ever got paid for that. The Duke product. We were on salary, weekly salary with the Ebony Fashion Fair. 79.
We're going to use you everywhere. How much was it?
No, it was 79 cities in 90 days.
Right.
I don't remember what we were paid weekly, but I was sending that back because I was then married, had 2 children.
People don't realize how huge that tour was.
Oh.
It was a significant fundraiser for many black organizations.
Absolutely, absolutely. And after the film came out, I'd go doing promos from city to city. Say, oh boy, I know you did Shaft, but I remember you from the Ebony Fashion Fair.
Because it was a huge deal. I mean, look, obviously people today don't understand because you see everything on television. But the reality is, when Ebony Fashion Fair, when that tour came to that city, especially mid-sized, small cities, it was the event of the year.
Yeah.
And then bringing these fashions from these African designers, the African Americans, these European designers from Paris, couture. I mean, it was a huge,
an event.
Yeah. And folks came dressed up.
Yes.
It was an event.
I remember when we hit New York at the Hilton Hotel. I mean, as far as you could see, dressed to the nines. It was awesome. It was awesome. I loved it.
Pull up a chair, take your seat. The Black Tape with me, Dr. Greg Carr, here on the Black Star Network. Every week, we'll take a deeper dive into the world we're living in. Join the conversation only on the Black Star Network.
I lied to Mrs. Johnson saying that I'd done runway. We had dress rehearsal, more or less, in Gary, Indiana. And I'm watching the girls go out and they go midway and turn around and go to the end, turn around and come back. I said, I can do that.
Like they're still walking.
But I can't do it like they do it.
Right.
To this day, I don't know what I did, but when I came out, went down to the end of the ramp, the place went crazy. Oh, I like this. That was a monumental moment for me. And it wasn't until I got out in California at the end of the tour, Cosby threw a party for the Ebony Fashion Fair models. And during the course of the evening, we got to talking. And he says, so what are you going to do now? Well, I'm going to become an actor. Do yourself a favor. Go back to New York and learn your craft. That's when he was doing I Spy. And again, he's on I Spy. He must know something what he's talking about.
Just a little bit.
A little bit. And I did that. And I
Learn
went back
your
and joined.
craft.
Went back and joined the NEC. And that was an eye opener.
Negro Ensemble.
Yeah. Robert Hooks. I finally got to be a participant in the company. And bring another funny story. It was a 3-hour play, and I only had one word in the entire show. Right! Esther Roll, bless her heart. She's sitting next to me, right? And I guess I'd zoned out, and she went, right!
Just had one word.
Every time I saw this woman, she said, you need a punch? I guessed it on that show once. Oh, Roundtree, you need a punch?
But see, that phrase right there, I think, is the reason that is so important. Because it's crazy. Today, I literally had a conversation with a young woman, journalist. And it's interesting because I have more sisters who reach out to me for advice and counsel on their career than brothers. It's very interesting. The sisters are like, yo, they will soak up the knowledge. Very few brothers call. And she called me, and we were talking, and I said, lost the last job, the last 2 jobs. BS with both. I said, look, get in. I don't care. I don't care about other people. I don't care about their own drama. I said, focus on your skill set. Focus on your weaknesses. I said, identify all your weaknesses. Focus on that. I said, don't focus on your strengths. I said, because your whole goal is to take away if anyone's doubting what you can do, remove all your weaknesses. So minimize them as best that you can. And it's amazing how many people don't focus on the craft. It's not who sees you in airports. It's not who sees you. Because then they always go, man, I want to do what you do. But do you want to do what I did?
Yeah.
And that's the craft. That's literally watching, for me, watching the video and playing it back. What was your hand position? What were your facial expressions? What did you look like? Were you going to sleep? Were you bored? How were you sitting? How are you asking questions? Studying the craft. And it's amazing how many people in numerous fields don't really think about it.
Seems to me that most people want to jump.
Oh.
You know, it isn't about the path. It's about the highway.
Because the path that's actually what you grab onto when you go into a headwind. That's the thing that I use this example of Bishop T.D. Jakes. I said, if you focus on Bishop T.D. Jakes of the Potter's House and you ignore the Bishop T.D. Jakes who was digging ditches in West Virginia, whose wife they want food stamps, I said, then you can't understand the Bishop T.D. Jakes at the Potter's House. Lionel Richie said, when B.B. King died, interviewed Lionel Richie said, Lionel, you cannot write the blues in the back seat of a limousine.
Whoa.
That's the journey.
Yes.
That's the journey.
It's time to be smart.
Roland Martin's doing this every day.
Oh, no punches!
Thank you, Roland Martin, for always giving voice to the issues.
Look for Roland Martin in the whirlwind, to quote Marcus Garvey again.
The video looks phenomenal, so I'm really excited to see it on my big screen.
Support this man, Black Media. He makes sure that our stories are told.
See, this difference between Black Star Network and Black-owned media and something like CNN.
I got to defer to the brilliance of Dr. Carr and to the brilliance of the Black Star Network.
I am rolling with Roland all the way. Honored to be on a show that you own. A black man owns the show.
Folks, Black Star Network is here.
I'm real revolutionary right now. Roland was amazing on that.
Stay black. I love y'all.
I can't commend you enough about this platform that you've created for us to be able to share who we are, what we're doing in the world, and the impact that we're having.
Let's be smart. Bring your eyeballs home.
You can't be black-owned media and be scared.
You dig? See, you guys, Shaft was what, 72?
71.
71. So you had been acting for how long before that?
66 or 67.
That's a 4 or 5 year period of sitting with others, learning and watching. And for the people who don't understand the Negro Ensemble, just explain how crucial that was for black talent.
I got to see Denise Nichols, the brother who was in Shaft, Moses Gunn, the brother who won the Academy Award for Soldier Story.
Howard Rollins.
No.
A Soldier Story.
No.
You mean Officer and Gentleman? Not no Gossip.
No.
A Soldier Story.
He won it for Soldier Story. He was the sergeant.
Oh, he was nominated. Raspy Boys. Yeah, I know.
You made me feel better.
No, the Raspy Boys.
Yes.
Because he didn't hit, because he did a whole bunch of, he didn't win the Academy. Adolph Caesar. Because he did, and see, even when we talk about The Journey, that hit, but people didn't realize, all of those movies, he did the voiceovers for the trailers.
Wow.
All of those, a lot of the black movies that he was the voiceover guy, and that's what he did all those years until A Soldier Story hit.
Wow.
He was toiling.
Yeah,
and it was so the movie trailers, anytime you watch all them Bruce Lee films and the Kung Fu films and all of those black movies in the 70s, early 80s, it was Adolph Caesar's voice.
What a voice he had. Roscoe Lee Brown. Another voice, another great voice.
Very erudite. He was...
Oh. I did a film with, they used to tour together and do Shakespeare readings. Man, I can't remember. But the two of those voices, you could just visualize them on stage. Roscoe Lee Brown, I loved him to pieces. What a character. What a character. I was going somewhere with this.
Negro Ensemble, how
seeing
it was.
The pros really do it. And watching them, and that's what this is about. And I finally got into one of the performances, as I said, but I was trying to do modeling at the same time. So doing breaks, I would go do go-sees, what they call go-sees, go to different photographers and show them your portfolio, yada, yada, yada. And I'm sneaking back in one night. Robert Hooks called me, hey, Roundtree, you got to make a decision. Either you want to be an actor or a model, but you can't do both. That's when I started driving a cab in New York. Did that for 2 years.
Driving a cab to allow you to be able to make some money, family to pursue this acting thing.
Absolutely. I remember I was dropping people off at Sardi's. And I said, one day, I'm going to be dropped off at Sardi's. I'll never forget. I had a fare one night. Woman drove and she asked me.
You had a fare one night.
Yeah.
Those of you who are listening and watching, he did not say, I had an affair one night. F-A-R-E, not A-F-F-A-I-R. See, I pay attention.
Let's not get it twisted.
I pay attention.
And she says, what are you going to do? And I said, I'm going to become an actor. Dissolve come up again after the film had come out. I'm in Manhattan. And I don't know what this meeting was about. But she says to me, Richard, you won't remember this, but I was in your cab one night and you told me that you were going to become an actor. She was in marketing for some BBD,
Right.
Wow, really? And it came true. And that night at Sardi's, this was after Gordon told me that you got the role. I was in the telephone booth on 63rd and 3rd Avenue, across the street from Bloomingdale's. And that's back when you had to call in to see if you got messages.
Right.
Message was, call Mr. Gordon Parks. So I'll get in the phone booth and I drop my coins in and dial a number. And Gordon picks up the phone. Yes. Mr. Parks, this is Richard Roundtree. Oh, yeah, yes. Well, you know, it looks like you got the role. I didn't know whether I'll go blind.
First of all, looks like, did I get it or not?
Really? Okay, wait. You can't tell anyone because it's the end of the year to get lost in the press. We're going to announce it after the first of the year. Can I tell my parents? Oh, of course. Hung up the phone, and I'm walking around town, and my fellow actors and models are saying, hey, you know what? Tree, I think I might have gotten that role. You hear this 2 or 3 different times.
Right. You're like, did he come?
Well, wait a minute. Was I dreaming that? Or then Gordon calls me up. I call Gordon, and he says, we're having the press announcing you are the Shaft. You are Shaft. At Sardi's.
Wow. Wow.
I get in the limo, when I pull up at Sardi's, oh, Lord. What we used to call, I'm shitting in high cotton.
Yes, in high cotton, yes.
I get out, and all the press is there, and the actors, and I walk in, and Gordon announces, yes, this is Richard Roundtree, and he's going to play the character Shaft. Oh, magic. I got to share this with you. Miss Lucy, my grandmother, and my dad came down to the hotel prior to us going to the theater that night, saying why he couldn't attend the screening, the premiere. Okay. My grandmother, my mother, and my sister and I go to this biggest night of my life.
Right.
Big lights, paparazzi, the whole nine. And we go into the theater. And the lion starts roaring. Film starts. And the first fight scene, my grandmother stood up. Don't you be hitting my boy! The place fell out. Miss Lucy, no, not this movie. Well,
you sitting here like,
no, I know my grandmother.
She's 100% serious.
Yeah. She was into it. She was in church.
So Dad didn't go?
No.
Why?
Because he's a very religious man. He never drank, never smoked, never cussed, and didn't go to the movies.
Wow. Did he ever see the movie?
Whoa. I don't think so. I did a film with Tim Reed and Daphne, Once Upon a Time When We Were Colored.
Yes, amazing film. Once Upon a Time We Were Colored.
Yeah.
Roger Ebert said it should have been nominated for the Academy Award.
Oh.
Wow. No, I remember.
Oh.
I have the DVD.
That movie, I told T.D. Jakes about that. No, he was in the audience when I acknowledged the fact that one of the great moments in my life. Let me back up. My dad was out here visiting me one summer, and I sat him down and said, Dad, I want you to see something. And he sat there. And I'm sitting here. And when the film ended, well done. Ooh, I still get chills. Roland, that was a moment. The first time he ever said anything about what I was doing. I've been all over the world. People. But that moment, oh, Johnny Roundtree said, well done.
I'm Deborah Owens, America's Wealth Coach, and my new show, Get Wealthy, focuses on the things that your financial advisor and bank isn't telling you, but you absolutely need to know. So watch Get Wealthy on the Black Star Network.
There's something special when the folks who birth you get to see the fruits of their labor. And not just see your work, but also to see how others respond to the work. For me, my dad sent me a similar text a few weeks ago. Watch the show every night. It's a news show. He watches it every night, of course. If he misses the show, he gets caught up on the replay. He watched every show. He'll call me, tell me, don't put that person back on, she's stupid. I don't know what the hell this dude was talking about. Way to kick his ass, son, way to kick his ass. He do cuss. He don't cuss a lot. I cuss way more than him. But one of the joys for me is to get to bring them into my world and to actually meet people, see people, to experience all of that. Because, and I don't have biological children, you have children, even with the nieces I've raised. It's all that you invested, all them whippings, all those lessons, all those things, to see it actually pay off.
Yeah. I can't say that I've experienced that with my children. To my dismay. I remember being asked a question. Oba Babatunde was doing a similar type thing that he was trying to put on television. And he asked me, how do you feel about what you do affects your children? And I was stumped. The only one, my oldest daughter, who is going for her doctorate degree in race and
ethnic studies?
Yes. And she is so excited about it, and I'm excited for her. She was interviewed for a documentary that I did a couple of years ago now. I didn't know how much attention she paid. And she just, well, my dad, oh, yeah, okay. And she's the only one of 5. I don't know if I should say that. That calls me up just to call me up and doesn't ask for anything. Can you tell I'm a little pissed off?
Just a little bit. No, but I mean, look, it is a. See, for me, and many others have said that. Talk about that relationship, that experience. So we live 8 blocks from my maternal grandparents. So I was with my grandmother, grandfather every day, almost first 15 years of my life till my grandfather passed. So the Catholic church we grew up in was founded in the living room. Nearly all our family went there. Every Sunday, it was 30, 40, 50, 60 people.
Was it what?
It was 30, 40, 50, 60 people at their house. I mean, because they had 8 children, 42 grandkids, like 70, 80 great-grandkids, like 120 great-great. I mean, just a huge family. So family matters. And when I talk to people, like, it's amazing when I talk to folks and they say, yeah, I haven't seen my brother in 12 years. I haven't talked to so-and-so. That's foreign to me because of how we were raised.
Right.
And it's like if I go 3 months, like, hold on, what's going on? So my schedule gets crazy. So now, because I can, and they're retired, I'm like, all right, I fly out of Virginia. They were with me for 7 weeks. No reason at all. They came 3 weeks. They still work elections. So they were like, look, we gotta go back and work an election. So flew back to work the election, came back for like another 4 weeks. And just hanging. No one in particular, just at the house, chilling. Dad would cook every day. Mom, she was doing her stuff. And he just going places, watching TV, just being around, hanging around. And just, and other people, and it's interesting, it's very interesting. I talk to other people, and they're like, oh, I talk to my mom and my dad, they have these long conversations. I don't have those. I just call, yo, what y'all doing? We just talk whatever. But even when I bring, it's just like, yo, it's just being present. It's just being here. We don't have to do something. We don't have to go anywhere. It's like, people are like, what are y'all doing? We chill in the house.
Well, you know
just
what?
enjoying each other's company.
I have to point the finger here for some of that. My upbringing, we weren't physically demonstrative at all. And I always made it a point to be the opposite when I'm present, physically even present.
That's right.
My dad would call me up a day or two after his birthday. Say, hey, son, how you doing? You forget something? Oh, Dad, I'm sorry. Yeah. It's all right. Dissolve, come up, present day. The only time I hear from my kids is when they need something. And it's me also not reaching out my end of the bargain.
It's very true.
So
because as parents, I get it. As parents, you look, you're supposed to call me. But and again, if I go a certain period of time, my dad will call. Son, what you doing? I'm sitting in here. Okay. All right. How the weather? What you working on? That sort of thing like that. Because I will get busy or whatever. We text a lot. We have a group family chat, and we have a group me on my whole family. We communicate constantly. Funny stories. We went here, posted photos here, and it's great because you're in tune with everybody. So I have 3 sisters, 1 brother, and then I have 9 nieces. 3 nephews. Then my wife's sister has a brother. My wife's sister has a son. So it's 12 kids. So 12 kids plus us 5 plus parents. So we're communicating constantly. So it's not like we have to actually call each other because we're communicating every single day in the group chat.
Every single day?
Every single day. Yeah. If I pull up this phone right here, And I pull up, I'm looking here, oh, perfect example. My sister said something 5 minutes ago. 7 minutes ago. So you sit here, it's our group chat. So we post something, we see a story, we chat. So my wife took some photos, people put some Christmas tree up. My sister.
The Christmas tree up already?
No, the neighbors did. She's like, people across the street, somebody was at a restaurant, they sent some food. Okay, my niece, happy Halloween. This all. So we use technology to act, and then my grandmother and my grandfather, my maternal grandmother and grandfather, that family just created. We were on a group text. We just created that chat as well. So we are sitting here because you can't call everybody. I mean, like I said, a huge family, you can, but it's our way of just being able to communicate and talk one another and share with one another. And that way you're keeping up. So like my nephew got engaged, boom, photos are posted on there. We saw it there as well. But that's the thing. And it's interesting because early this year, so I had an aunt who passed away, my Aunt Betty, my mom's oldest sister. And I was on the group text. I said, why aren't we getting together like we used to? I said, I understand COVID. And I said, we should not be doing get-togethers at funerals.
Should not what?
Be doing get-togethers at funerals. I said, because when somebody dies, if you have no memories to discuss because you never got together, shame on those who are here. And they were like, well, there's an annual event they have at the Catholic Church we grew up in where they celebrate the founders. I said, that's March. Why? I said, can y'all tell me why we gonna wait 9 months? I said, why are we waiting 9 months to get together? And as I'm saying this, my aunt, the second oldest sister, she dies within 6 weeks. So we go back for the funeral. And so I just told y'all, because at the end, one of my cousins, she died at 50. So we've lost 2 aunts and a cousin in the span of, like 4 months. I said, y'all, don't wait for March. So we're doing a Thanksgiving. I said, y'all, we literally grew up seeing each other every weekend. I have no memory of spending the night at a non-family member's house. I had too many cousins. I literally didn't have friends growing up. Wasn't no room. You invite no friend to the house for dinner. It's 42 cousins. Ain't no room. So, and so I said, y'all, why are we waiting? And I think what COVID has done, I think COVID has taught a lot of people why doing get-togethers are important. Why just, I haven't done it in a while, but when I used to come out to LA, I would do these dinner parties. And it was just, I said, y'all, I can't eat lunch with everybody. I can't eat breakfast or dinner. So let's just do a dinner party. And if you're in town, wasn't no dress code. You want to come dress, you want to wear jeans, you want to wear shorts, it don't matter. They were like, well, I said, and it was all by text message. So it was literally, yo, I'll be there next week. We're going to meet at so-and-so's crib. You can make it. And then it'll be 60, 70, 80 people. And I call them.
60, 70, 80 people?
Yes. You got to understand, I told you. That ain't nothing for me. We could cook for 60, 70, 80. Because that was an every weekend get-together with my family. So that's, like, seriously, nothing. I had a party at my house, and they were like, how many people you invited? I said, man, about 100. They were like, oh, my God, 100. I was like, y'all, that ain't a lot of people. You're like, well, how you cook for 100? I was like, easy. Big-ass pot of gumbo, big-ass pot of crawfish etouffee. I'm like, what's it? Because that's literally how I grew up. But it was the point of fellowship, seeing each other, having fun, for no reason at all. Didn't have to be somebody's birthday or holiday. Richard ain't lying. This is how it would start. It's Tuesday night, school night. And again, we live 8 streets down from my grandparents. Somebody might drop by my grandparents' house, see them. And they come by our house. All right, come in. The phone ring. Hey, what y'all doing? Oh, we're just sitting there talking to Lurdy, my aunt's, my mama's sister who just passed. Oh, really? Okay. What y'all? I'm gonna swing on by. All right, so they come on by. Then all of a sudden, they might call somebody. Yeah, I'm about to swing by Uncle Reginald and Auntie Melda's house. Oh, really? What y'all do? Oh. Well,
Wow.
next thing you know, 8 people, 12 people, it's 15 people. Then, well, hell, we hungry. So, mama go cook something. Dad might be behind the bar playing music. We got school the next day. Man, this thing done turned into a family get-together. It's 20, 25 people on a Tuesday night. And we sitting here laughing, they drinking, eating, we do all sort of stuff. Folks might break some cards out, whatever. And it turned to an impromptu, whatever, no reason get-together. Those are the memories that we have when we reflect later in life. Oh, I remember that night, or I came by, or we had them all the time. They were, when I say it was a huge part of my entire upbringing, that was constant.
The only time we had people at the house was on Sunday between services. The preacher, Reverend Hooper. Ooh, Reverend Hooper.
Did he get to sit at the head of the table?
No.
That was Daddy.
Yeah. Yeah. And the bad part about it, with either my dad or Reverend Hooper would say blessing. And we looking at the food. And
you like, I should have eaten a snack before this prayer.
Yes. Oh, that went on. And we'd have my cousins there because my dad was pretty much the father to my 3 cousins. They call him Dad, as a matter of fact. That was the only time I could point to that even smacks at what you're talking about.
It was, so for us every Sunday, it's my grandparents' house. It was so many of us, man, summertime, my grandfather used to coach his sons and all the boys in the neighborhood to play baseball. So we had family softball games. I'm talking about we bring out the whole family play. We would go to the park, because we had that many family members. We could field 3 teams. It's 9-on-9 again.
Where would the visiting team sit?
No, I'm telling you, it wasn't no room. So we had enough players and fans.
Wow.
We had players, fans, and umpires. We could outfit the whole joint. Everybody would bring their bats, their gloves. I'm telling you, the whole family. That was my childhood. I'm telling you, I cannot give you a memory of going and hanging with another family. No, we were always together. It probably were 2 or 3 parties growing up that we went to. My dad would drop us off, and I remember one time he pulled up, and he was like, "Okay, who are these people?" So he went inside. I need to know whose house this is.
Whoa.
Who? Y'all gonna be here? Cause here's the whole deal. He saw folk outside and they were drinking, he was like, "Yeah, come on, we all getting down." I'm telling you, I know it was like, okay, so y'all the adults, okay, this your house? Y'all gonna be here the whole time? Okay, I just want to make sure that they're gonna be adults here who are. And me and my brother like, oh, no,
wow,
seriously, bro. He's like, okay, I'll be back at 11:30. Bro, wow. Give me that look. Oh, that was probably I had a couple things. I mean, you grow up, you know, I'm just gonna leave him alone. Cause him crazy. Like just going, some people want to try their daddy.
Mm-hmm.
Nah, We weren't gonna go there. We gonna go there.
Hi, I'm Dr. Jackie Hood Martin, and I have a question for you. Ever feel as if your life is teetering and the weight and pressure of the world is consistently on your shoulders? Well, let me tell you, living a balanced life isn't easy. Join me each Tuesday on Black Star Network for A Balanced Life with Dr. Jackie. We'll laugh together, cry together, pull ourselves together, and cheer each other on. So join me for new shows each Tuesday on Black Star Network, A Balanced Life with Dr. Jackie.
We went grocery shopping with my mom and my dad. And it was a Walgreens next door. So I was coming back. I hear these two white men say, let's go get that nigga.
Said what?
Let's go get that nigga. And I hear it very clearly. I was like, oh shit. I run to the store. So I run to the store. And I tell my dad's like, let's go. Now mind you, my dad was not a hothead, wasn't getting into fights, but if you mess with his family, like, let's go. Mom was like, Reginald, what you doing? Woman! We ain't having this conversation. Look at me. Let's go. I'm looking at him like, where the hell we going? Like, I'm not trying. We walk out the grocery store. It was a Kroger. Hanging right, going to the Walgreens, going up the aisle. That them? No, they ain't them. Next, is that them? No. That's them. Walk straight up. Excuse me. Tell them what you just told me. I'm like, And then I tell a story. No, sir, no. We weren't. No, we're not talking about your son. No, we were just. That was another guy we speak. He was like, so you two had nothing to say to my son. I'm just checking. Y'all have a good day. That's when I was like, this Negro crazy. I am not going to be trying him at April. That's straight up what happened. Richard is not the craziest thing. We went to go visit my grandmother for Kansas City. And my grandmother left when he was a child, when he was a newborn, because she was being physically abused by his dad. So my dad did not see. My dad was born in 1947. He did not meet his mother until 1980. And he was looking for her his whole life. Finally found her. Very emotional when she called. So she first came and visited. So high school seniors, this is 1987. So 86, this is November 86. So we're going to Kansas City. And I worked at Steak and Ale, only to make enough money to buy my class ring, my high school class ring. So I told them I can't work Thanksgiving. Like, well, you got to work. I said, look, we got a family trip. My dad's like, damn that job. He said, Steak and Ale, that's slave in hell. You are not staying home. Because first of all, he like, you ain't staying home and we gone. You come to I'm going to Kansas City. So I came back with no job. They said, you fired. All right. So I go and get my check. It's like, look, we busy tonight. We ain't got time to get your check. I come outside, I was like, now I know what's about to happen. I was like, knock on the window. They ain't giving their check. Cars running. Shit. Car, window up. He got his boots on, and he got his jeans on, and he got his cowboy hat. Man, we walk up to the, you'd imagine? No. I'm just the hostess. You want the manager? I go get the manager. He's like, go get the manager. Dang. So, manager comes up. He comes up like bouncing. So how can I help you? He got his hat. He's twisting it slowly with the brim. I understand y'all not gonna give my son his check. I'm here for his check. And he stops, and he's holding it. And this is how he's looking at him. Guy's like, I'll be right back. So he runs into the office, gets the check. He comes out, sir, here you go. He goes, hand it to him. He wouldn't take it. Made him hand it to me. I was like, thank you. Walked out.
He's a bad man. He's a bad man.
I'm gonna give you one more, Rich. I'm telling you. I had a flashback. Go to Popeyes. The manager, this dude, was rude as hell to my mama. Rude. My mama came home and talked like that. And then we could have bought stock in Popeyes, the amount of money we spent at that Popeyes. My dad was like, he did what? So the next day, my dad got dressed and went to that Popeyes. Walked in. He was like, you the manager? Yesterday, my wife came in here and bought some food, sat down, and ate that 3-piece in an hour. Staying at homeboy the whole time. I told you he crazy. Whoa. I'm gonna leave that Negro alone. I'm gonna leave that one alone.
Bad man.
Yeah. Yeah. That's where I grew up.
Just the look in your eyes when you, damn. Woo.
How you think I was like, yeah, we ain't messing with him. We could joke with my mama. We be playing and stuff. We be having fun joking with my mama. We could play my dad for about 15 minutes. He like, all right, we through playing. Well, shit, all right, guess we gonna go ahead and play with mama.
Yes, sir.
We done with him,
yes,
bro.
Sir.
That was, dude. It is. That's why I'm saying it is something different. Which is why, for me, raising my nieces, that's so important. That figure, that male figure, what they represent, what they give to you, what they invest in you, is so important.
Yeah,
it's so important.
That's what I'm missing. I'm too soft. That's the bottom line.
If that happened to I'm gonna get a call, and it ain't gonna go well. You can't call. You said your dad 2 days afterwards. Nah. Birthday's at 12:01. If my ass does not call between 12:01 a.m. and 11:59 p.m., there will not be waiting 24, 48 hours. You gonna hear. Matter of fact, I'm here a week before. You coming home?
Wow.
Oh yeah. Because his mother left when he was newborn. Dad was murdered when he was 9 by his second wife. So family is huge for my dad. And so then with my mother, all the family being all around, family is huge for us. It is huge. It's huge. And nothing gets in the way.
And that all emanates from him.
Both of them. But really, for him, because of what he didn't have.
Yeah, I totally get that.
And so, so for my mom, absolutely, her brothers, her sisters, and then because we didn't spend a lot of time around my dad's brothers and sisters. Nearly our entire life was all around my mom's brothers and sisters. My grandmother had a catering business. I was 7 years old. I was 7, we were catering weddings, all this sort of stuff. So we spent so much time around them. It was, but it's just, but just the value of what that means. The power of family. And it's never too late. See, you said they don't call. Don't matter what happened before. Seriously. If I'm you, the moment this interview is over, I'm going to call one, I'm going to say, call the other on the three-way. And you call the other on the three-way. I don't give any excuses. We'll force it to happen. No, we getting together. Oh, I ain't got no money. You ain't got to pay. But you get together with family. Because time is finite. They got kids?
Yeah, I've got 2 grands from my younger of the first marriage.
How often you see them?
I haven't seen my grandkids. Well, one came out here last year before the pandemic.
Right.
And I haven't seen my youngest daughter, and she lives in Venice.
Oh, hell no. You got an address?
No.
See? I'll be at the house. I would.
Oh, I don't question.
Richard,
I'm not questioning.
I'll be like, yo, you got her address? Text it to me. Then I'll show up at the house. Hey, girl. It's a whole different deal. You know how the cousin got mad at me? Because she's like, you slap your mama on the butt? I'm like, yeah. I come home like, what up, woman?
You got to be lying.
No, I do.
Oh, my goodness.
No, I am straight up. Because guess what? I saw my grandfather slap my grandma on the butt. I saw my daddy slap my mom on the butt. I do the exact same thing to my wife. I come home, hey, woman.
Roland, you crazy.
Yeah, of course I am. Everybody in my family know I'm. It's all love. If I didn't do that, she probably think I'm sick. It's like, boy, you crazy. I'll give a noogie.
You heard that word.
I do. So my mom's short. I'm like, come here, woman. Oh, yeah. You come my family gather, you're gonna be like, I see this whole family. Because we absolutely enjoy being around each other.
Yeah.
Even when people act stupid. Even when people act stupid, we do that.
It's such a difference. There's 2 sides of my family. My mother's side, crazy. My dad's side, they're all preachers.
Right.
Very religious. But I enjoyed being around my mother's family. I mean,
because y'all had fun.
Johnny B. He claimed, I don't know if it's true or not, that he played guitar with Basie back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
They're all World War II veterans. My Uncle Elmo, Johnny B. And my grandmother had 10 children. She outlived all but 1. Johnny B. loved the juice. And he was over to dinner at our house one night with his girlfriend. And they both got in the bag. And my brother, mischievous as he was, he loosened the cap on the salt. And she took the salt and Johnny B, that's the way he laughed. Oh, I forgot to add that she was a big woman. Tree, you know why I love her? Because there's so much of her. Oh, he was a mess. He was a mess.
We're all impacted by the culture, whether we know it or not. Politics, music, and entertainment is a huge part of our lives, and we're going to talk about it every day, right here on The Culture, with me, Faraji Muhammad, only on the Black Star Network.
When we moved uptown, so to speak, at New Rochelle, I was in high school at this point, but I always kept liquor in the house, right? And Johnny B coming over and said, hey, give me some money and let me buy a drink. I said, yeah, help yourself. No, I can't drink that stuff. I need some wine. He wouldn't drink the hard liquor. He had to have the...
Really?
No.
Man.
A cheap wine.
I think the reason I don't drink, because I go with my uncles, my Uncle Warren. Man, my Uncle Warren had a big gulp before 7-Up created the big gulp. Man, my Uncle Warren, I'm telling you, my Uncle Warren would drink, and it was so funny. I'm telling you, growing up was hilarious. Man, again, people just drive by. My dad's like, oh shit, Uncle Warren, man, hide all my damn liquor. I know he gonna drink all my liquor. He go, oh, Doc, I had some cousins. My mom baked cakes. She had a cake business. Cousin dropped by, my dad like, oh, hell no, hide them damn cakes. Because, you know, damn, they been trying to pack all our shit up. I'm telling you, we love family, but it was something, hell no, don't come in here with your own Tupperware thinking you're going to cut all this food off. We invited you to eat, not everybody who at your house. Dude, I'm telling you, when we get together, man, and start, because everybody know, and see, I remember everything. Oh, we tell all the stories. You just, because you see, look at you. I remember, dude, that I'll be bringing, I'm like, how your ass remember that? I was like, easy, that's why I never drank in my life. I said, ain't nothing affected my brain cells.
You don't drink at all?
Never have.
Really?
Never have. There's a picture of me in my first communion where we had to take the communion and then drink the wine, and I turned this way, and the look at my face was like, this is some bullshit. The photo, if you see that photo, you be like, yeah, you were pissed. I hate it. Yeah, I've never drank in my life. Never.
So they use actual wine?
Yeah. Yeah, I was ticked. I've never desired. My dad tried to give me some non-alcoholic beer. I said no. I was like, nah. Him and my brother, they sit there, get the glasses, they drink. I'm like, y'all, look, people give me so much liquor. Man, my dad loves to visit. He come here like, oh, you got the good stuff. And I got like bottles of champagne. I got, he and my mama love visiting. They be drinking champagne every day. Because people give me so much. I don't know why people give me alcohol. I'm like, give me some Pro V1s. Okay, I play golf. I can't do a damn thing with this alcohol. Oh, my dad, my brother love people handing me alcohol. Because it goes right to them. I don't do nothing with it. I don't do nothing with it. See, I can sit and talk to you, Richard, all day. I'm talking about this crap. I got to ask you this question here.
We had the grape juice. I mean, not grape juice. Yeah, grape juice.
Right. No, they had wine. They had wine. No. Catholics believe in alcohol. When they say Jesus drank from the cup, pass me the wine. I was an altar boy. I had to fill up the shallot. There was wine in there. They would keep it in the refrigerator in the priest's house. We had to go get it out of the refrigerator, put it in the cup. Yeah, that was real wine. Yeah, no grape juice. No, it didn't exist. Didn't exist. I'm asking 2 questions. Who would you really love to do something with today, a project? Somebody you haven't worked with, who would you love to do something with? Actor, director, doesn't matter who it is. Black, white, doesn't matter.
Interestingly enough, tomorrow I have my first meeting with Jane Fonda.
2 OGs.
Yep. But looking back, most of the people are not even here anymore. I would have loved, Denise Nichols, I would love to do something with. This movie that's out right now, I haven't seen it, The Harder They Fall. All the characters, there's a character in there, Jim Beckworth, who discovered Beckworth Pass up in Sierra Nevada. I've always wanted to do that character. And I was so excited to hear that he is one of the characters in The Harder They Fall.
Now, you know, Glenn, he said when I asked him this question, he said to do an authentic Western. And he said he's working on it. Give your boy a shout. Give your boy a shout.
Yeah. Yeah. He's working. He is one of my heroes. I mean, there's nothing he can't do.
Last question. A 100 years from now. 100 years from now. Young person. It's coming across YouTube. They're streaming something. They might see you in Shaft. They might see you on Rock. They might see you Lincoln Heights. They might see you in anything. And if that kid says, who is this Richard Roundtree guy? And they could Google it. But that's really somebody else saying something. What do you want that kid, because they will come across your work 100 years from now. What do you want that person to know who Richard Roundtree was?
Classic gentleman. The people that I most admire have those two attributes: class and an excellent gentleman. Gordon, Sidney P. There's a innate classiness that you immediately hone in on. I'd be proud of that if I had a piece of that.
Absolutely. Well, I've been wanting to do this for a long time. We've talked about it. I'm glad that we got a chance.
I love sneaking up on you when you... Do you remember that?
Yes. I remember that. It was a red carpet. I remember the Icon Man when we had a conversation about, and I had to give y'all this actually happened. I had to give you some advice. Remember, there was a woman you were interested in, but you were a wee bit. You said she was intimidating, and I said, Richard, is she all that? You were like, yes. I said, go for that.
Oh,
I remember.
That was in Atlanta.
It was Icon Man here in L.A. Remember that dinner? They had us all at the different tables. They grouped us, and then they said, "Okay, now it's conversation time."
Oh,
and then we were talking about, and I was like, "Hold up, you Shap?" I said, "You like, nah, but no, this is a strong sister." It was a really interesting conversation. And so we were going, I was like, Richard, go for that, Richard.
Paula Kemp.
I don't know. I ain't never met her. But I was like, go for it.
Yeah. Yeah. There are times when you feel very confident, and there are times that you're squirmish. And that was one of those times.
I don't know about that.
No, I can envision you being squirmish.
No, because I'm going to tell you why. There were things, when you talked about doing the opposite of when you see something. There were opportunities that were presented to my parents growing up that for whatever reason, they were afraid to go after. And I said, that will not happen to me.
Mm.
I literally said, that will not happen. And I was like, what are you doing? There were people who wanted my dad to run for city council in Houston. My dad's like, my parents didn't go to college. We didn't like we had money. Parents never made more than $50,000 combined. But they were so committed to civic duty and purpose that people saw that and it was authentic and they said, you should run. For whatever reason, chose not to. When I was a kid, I was 13, 14, and I saw it and I was like, that will not happen. And my dad introduced me in this church and he's like, I don't know where my son gets it from. I'm like, I get it from my parents. But I decided then, if I want something, I am going after it. And I will be relentless. I'll be fair, I'll be decent, I'll be respectable, but I will be relentless in getting it.
Somehow I get that from you. Somehow.
Been that way since I was a teen. Been that way since I was a teen. That's what drives me. My brother, great chatting with you.
Thank you.
And you know, I love your work.
With you.
It's always good chatting with you.
Absolutely.
Always.
Thank you, brother.
Yes,
Appreciate
sir.
it.
Appreciate it.